Hey, welcome to this course on API development with Django REST Framework. My name is Ratan and I'm super excited to have you here. If you're a beginner looking to learn the fundamentals of Django REST Framework, you are in the right place. Whether you have been working with Django for a while or you're completely new, this course is designed to help you build the strong foundation in API development. I'll walk you through everything step by step, from setting up your environment to creating real-world APIs that you can use in your projects. Just a quick note here, this course is a part of my full stack machine learning series where you will eventually integrate React and machine learning for full stack development. But for now, we will focus on the API side of things to get you comfortable with the Django REST framework. So we'll cover everything from setting up Django, building RESTful APIs, implementing serializers, function-based views, class-based views, Mixins, generics, Viewsets, handling CRUD operations with models, and so much more. So by the end of this course, you'll have a solid understanding of the basics and the confidence to start building your own APIs. Alright, I want to quickly guide you how you can get the help from my side. One, you can always comment on the video in the YouTube. And second, if you have any errors and you want to show the screenshot to me, you can go to ratank.com/QA. So this is the dedicated platform where you can ask any questions regarding to my courses. Alright, with that said, let's start our first lesson where we install the necessary softwares and tools for API development. Welcome to the first lecture of this course. In this one, we will make sure we have all the necessary softwares to start working on API development. The first thing, of course, we need a code editor. I'm sure you already have it installed in your computer because you have been learning or working on Python and Django, right? Which is of course the prerequisite of this Django REST Framework course. Anyway, I like VS Code. If you have it installed, it is well and good. Otherwise, you can consider installing it by visiting to code.visualstudio.com. The installation is super simple for Windows, Mac and Linux. I already have it installed in my system, so I'm not gonna show the installation process step by step because you are a software developer. You can do it on your own, right? It's very simple. Now, the next thing, we need a terminal. In Windows, we have command prompt or PowerShell. If you're using Mac, you have a built-in terminal, right? However, for Windows user, I recommend using Git Bash as a terminal because it allows you to run Linux commands on Windows machine. Okay, it will definitely help you boost your development skills. So to install Git Bash, you can go to git-scm.com/downloads to install Git Bash. If you need a step-by-step instruction on how to install Git Bash, please see the next lecture. Okay, but anyhow, it is very simple. You can install it on your own. And for the Mac users, you don't need to do anything. You have a built-in terminal. All right. So for this course, I'm going to use my MacBook. So I will be using the Mac's built-in terminal. Okay. So next, we need one more super powerful tool called Postman. So Postman is an API client for building and using APIs. Okay. So as part of API development, we use Postman more often because it allows us to send requests and receive responses from various API endpoints. Okay, so to install Postman, you can simply go to postman.com/downloads. So from here, you can install it for Mac, and if you're using Windows, it will show the Windows installation button. Okay, so that's it for now. And in terms of machine learning project, we will definitely need Anaconda or Miniconda. With that, we will also need a Jupyter Notebook as well, right? But you know what? Let's not install everything at once. We will first learn the fundamentals of Django REST Framework and we'll create some APIs using Django REST Framework. And then we will do a quick brainstorming section where we will properly plan our next move about building a stock prediction application. Okay, and then we'll install other softwares on the go. Welcome back. I've been using these words API developments and all that a lot of times in the previous video. Now in this one, let's understand what exactly is an API and how does this work. Well, API stands for Application Programming Interface. It's a two-way communication between the backend and the front end. This communication allows the front end to request data from the backend, and the backend will give response to the front end. Okay, so it simply means that the front end can talk to the backend and the backend can talk to the front end. Okay, so if you see this diagram here, the client is requesting some data from the server using the REST API. Okay, so the request will be a HTTP request. Okay, and when server has this data that was requested by the client, the server will now give a HTTP response to the client through REST API. Okay, now let's take an example to understand it better. You go to the restaurant and call a waiter to order your favorite food. Now the waiter will take your order and go to the kitchen and brings back your food that you have ordered, right? Now, if you look at this example closely, there are three people involved in this food ordering process. First, the customer who wants the food. Second, the kitchen or the cook who prepares the food. And the third is the waiter who serves the food, right? Here, the customer is none other than the front end who wants the data. The kitchen is the backend who prepares the data, and the waiter is an API who serves the data. So the API here is acting as a bridge between the front end and the backend. Okay, the front end is the customer and the backend is the kitchen. Okay, in between the customer and the kitchen, there is an API who is called the waiter. Okay, so that's a very simple real life example of how these APIs work. But technically, it's a lot more than just a restaurant example. Let's take another example. Assume you are developing an application where you want to show the current weather data. Now, the first thing that comes to your mind is how to collect the weather data. From where should I bring the weather data, right? Because we don't have any equipments, like we don't have thermometers, we don't have radar systems or any other equipment, right? Even if we have those equipment, we still cannot collect weather data because we are not meteorologists. We are just common software engineers. But our requirement is to show the weather data on the website, right? That's where the API comes in. There are a lot of weather data providers on the internet. Most of them provide the public API, which gives us the response with the weather data, mostly in the form of JSON response. Okay. The only thing that we need to do is we need to simply pass the data, time, and the location with the API, and it will give us the weather data. Okay, simple, right? So in such cases, we can make use of these APIs to get the weather data and integrate it on our website. Okay, so that's why API development is one of the most in-demand skills that you can have. So pay close attention to this course. I bet you will definitely become a very good software developer by learning Django REST Framework. Welcome back. In the previous video, we understood what is an API and how does it work, right? In this video, let's understand what is a REST API. Well, REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It organizes how web applications talk to each other, separating what the user sees on the front end from what runs behind the scenes on the back end. REST APIs are based on a set of core principles that guide how APIs are designed and implemented. The first core principle of REST API, it is stateless. Okay, statelessness means the server doesn't store any information about the client between requests. It forgets each request after it's done. Remember in the previous video we saw the restaurant example, right? So statelessness is like a waiter not remembering your entire order after serving you the food. So that's how it is. And REST is client server architecture. The app or the client asks for the things and the server does what is requested. Okay, so for example, if the client asks for the data, the server will give him the data using the API endpoints. So it works between the client and the server. Then the standardized interface. REST APIs rely on a set of standard methods: get, post, put, and delete for interacting with the resources. Okay, so get is for retrieving the resource, post is for creating the resource, and put is for updating the resource, and then delete is for deleting the resource. So what is resource? It is nothing but the data object. And REST APIs are easy to read because REST APIs returns the response in a standardized, easy to read formats. Typically, it will be JSON or XML. All right. Let's understand the RESTful operations or methods in more detail. HTTP provides an easy way to identify resources using URIs and URLs. For example, if you are working on a student management system and you want to retrieve all the students, then what you do is you use a get method with the URI / students. And to create a new student, we use post method with the URI / students. Again, the method will change. This URI can be same. So this will create the new user. Now to update the existing student, we use put method with the ID or the primary key of the student, which is already exist. So that's why it is / student / 1, 2 or 3. Okay, so this will be the primary key. And to delete the student, we use delete method with the URI / student / ID. Okay, ID or the primary key. So get method with / students will retrieve all the students from the database, and post will create a new student, and put will update the existing student, and then delete will delete the student. Okay, so that's how the HTTP methods and URI work together to perform CRUD operations. All right, this was an overview of how REST APIs work. In this course, we are going to create a lot of REST APIs and see them in action. Okay, so not only we will create the REST APIs, we will also be implementing those REST APIs for our machine learning project as well. So I'm very excited to continue to the next section where we will start working practically on REST APIs and build the stock prediction project using machine learning and neural network. Hope you are ready with your favorite code editor and the terminal, CMD, PowerShell or Git Bash. We are now ready to create our Django project. Okay, so go to your desktop, or if you want to create your project somewhere else on your system, you can simply go to that drive and create the folder. Okay, for simplicity, I'm going to create a new folder on the desktop. Okay, so I'm going to say DRF -project. Okay, you can name it anything you want. So I'll keep this folder on the desktop. Okay, so next step, I'll open this folder from my VS Code. I'll simply say code space dot. Okay, so this will open my folder from my VS Code. So currently this folder is empty. Here you can see we have this new terminal, right? So I'll open this with my terminal, and currently I'm using Mac. That's why it is by default opening with my inbuilt Mac terminal. Okay, but if you're using Windows, you have some options here. Okay, just simply click on this arrow and you will see, if you have installed Git Bash, you will see Git Bash. Otherwise you will see CMD and PowerShell. Okay, so from here, let's start with creating a virtual environment. Okay, so what is virtual environment? Well, a virtual environment is a dedicated space we are assigning to our project so that we can keep our Python packages organized. Okay, see, this is a very basic topic every Python developer should know. Well, virtual environments are not only for Django. We should use the virtual environments for almost all your Python projects. Okay, so if you want to understand how exactly virtual environments work, then you can simply enroll to my free course here. Okay, so this is a very small course. You can enroll it for free, and you will see. Okay, so this is that course. In this course, there is a 4 minutes video. You can learn everything about virtual environment here. Okay, I have explained it very well. So since this is a basic concept of Python, I'm not going to explain a lot of things about it in this course. But however, if you want to learn, or if you want to know exactly how it works, then you can enroll to this course. Or I'm going to also attach a link to this video from my YouTube channel. you can either enroll to my free course or you can watch this video in the YouTube. Okay, anyway, make sure the basic topics are clear so that it will be easy for you to understand the advanced topics. Okay, so with that said, let's create the virtual environment. So I'm going to say python -m venv env. Okay, so env will be my virtual environment name. Okay, make sure you are on the correct directory. All right. So when you hit enter, your virtual environment is activated. And if I see my pip freeze, you will see a lot of things, a lot of packages inside my global scope of the system. So that's why I did want to use this many packages for my DRF course or DRF project, right? So that's why I have created one virtual environment, and I'm going to get into that virtual environment by saying source env/bin/activate. Okay, for Windows user, this will be source env/scripts/activate. Okay, so at this point my virtual environment is activated, and if I say pip freeze now, you see nothing, right? So the first thing that I'm going to install is Django. Okay, so I'll say pip install Django. Okay, so while making this video, the latest version of Django is 5.0, but in your case, don't specify any version number. Simply go with pip install Django. It will by default install the latest version of Django. Okay, so I'll hit enter, and okay, so Django is installed. And if I now see pip freeze, okay, Django is installed, and ASDRF and SQL parse, which are the dependency packages of Django, which comes with Django installation. Anyway, so these are all the basic things. You have already learned it, right? So there is nothing, we have not yet started talking about DRF yet. So let me quickly upgrade my pip because it is asking me to upgrade it. Anyway, now at this point Django is installed, and next thing what I need to do, I need to say Django admin, Django-admin start project, and let's name it as Django-rest-main. I like to use _main for the projects because it will be easy for me to identify which of the folders are the project folder and which are the apps. Okay, so just give a space and put one dot so that your project files will be created on the root directory. Okay, now hit enter. Okay, so now it is showing me no module named Django. I don't know why this is happening, but you know what, you can simply deactivate it from here if you face this issue, but I'm sure you will not face any issue like this, but for some reason it is showing me this error. So what I'll do is I'll deactivate from my virtual environment, and I'll again activate my virtual environment. Okay, so I'll again run this Django admin start project Django rest main dot. Okay, let's wait. Okay, so as you can see, my project folder is created and we have this manage.py, right? Let's quickly run python manage.py run server. The moment you run the run server command, you will see db.sql@3 is also got created, right? So which is a default database for Django. So from here, I'll access my Django project, http 127.0.0.1 8000. Okay, so Django installation worked successfully. In this video, let's install Django REST Framework and configure it in our project. So first of all, I want you to go to this website, django-rest-framework.org. Okay, you can also simply go to Google and say Django REST Framework. It will take you to this website. Okay, so here you will see the tutorial and the API guide as well. Okay, so this is the documentation you will always need for your development purpose, as well as if you are working on any future projects of DRF. you will definitely need this API guide. Okay, so for now, let's focus on installation. I can simply click on this installation. So here it is saying pip install Django REST Framework. Simply copy this and go to your code editor and stop the server. Make sure your virtual environment is activated and simply paste it. Okay, pip install Django REST Framework. Okay, so REST Framework is installed, and if you look at the next step, here you see add a REST Framework to your installed apps setting. You simply copy this and go to your code settings, and here installed apps, simply paste it. Okay, so for configuration only this much. There are other things also, but right now we don't want to focus on any other configuration. Okay, so we are just learning. We'll go step by step. All right, and yeah, that's it. And in the next one we will make some URL endpoints. All right, there are two types of URL endpoints. One is the web application endpoints, from where you can directly access the websites using web browsers. Okay, and another one is the API endpoints. Okay, so API endpoints returns the data to integrate for the front end. All right, so if you look at this web application endpoints here, it starts from domain name and / students. Okay, so by looking at this URL, you already know that you can simply copy this URL and run it on the browser, and you expect to see some student list or some web page which is called web application endpoints. Okay, so which can directly be accessed using the web browsers. Now there is one more thing called API endpoints. So these API endpoints, you cannot directly access it from the address bar. Even if you try to access it from the address bar, you're not going to receive any data, because there will be a token you'll have to pass with that request, right? So that's what we call API endpoints. It returns the data to integrate into the front end. Okay, so you know how it looks. If you look at this, this is same for every URLs, because this is just a domain name. Now the APIs usually start from API / v1 or v2 or v3 or anything like that, because v is the version and 1 is the version number. Okay, you can also add v 1.0 or v 1.1, 2.1 or something like that. Okay, but the point here is we usually specify version numbers in this URL endpoint. Okay, by looking at this API / you know that this is a API endpoint, okay, or a REST API endpoint, and it needs to be accessed programmatically. Okay, you can either access it from the code, or you can access it from Postman or any API clients. All right, so this is the example between the web application endpoint and the API endpoint, and we will see both of these in action. Okay, so I'll show you this one as well as this one, both of the things, and I'll show you how both of these endpoints work. Okay, so first of all, let's try to create this URL. Okay, so let's go to our website or the code. Let's say for our example, we are going to take the student example, right? Let's create an app, Python manage.py, start app, and name your app as students. Okay, so the students app is created, and the moment you create the app, the first thing you need to go to settings.py and register it here, students. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to actually create this endpoint. Okay, so this is a plain Django, or I can say the core Django. There is nothing DRF in it. Okay, so the DRF will come into picture while we are creating this one. All right, because this is an API. Okay, so let's first start with this one. We want to create one student's URL pattern, right? So it is very simple. Let's first go to our URL pattern, which is in the Django REST main, and I'll say path students. Okay, any URL that comes with the students, I want to forward it to students dot URLs. Simply import this include from Django.urls. So what will happen when we hit /students, we are redirecting that request to student URL. Okay, so inside the students app, we don't have any URLs. Let's go ahead and create one file called urls.py. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll import this one, Django.urls import path. Next, I need to say URL patterns. Close this list. I'll say path empty string comma views dot students. Okay, views dot students. This view will be a function that we are going to create in a moment. First, import views from dot import views. Okay, I'm not explaining a lot of things here because this is just a core Django. As I said, you need to know Django before you start learning DRF. Okay, all right. So next thing is to create a Django view. We'll call it define students and a request. For now, let's return HTTP response. HTTP response, which actually comes from Django.http import HTTP response. Perfect, yeah. So we want to pass something here. Let's say h2. Let's open and close h2. Let's start with the hello world. Okay, so let's simply say python manage.py run server. One second, Django REST Framework. Okay, so what I did here, I did not put a comma here. Okay, so very simple mistake. Now what I have done here, let me take you to the urls.py first. Okay, so I have created one URL which starts from students. Okay, and it is redirecting to our students URLs. Okay, so here we don't have anything because we don't want anything after students, right? So this will be an empty string, and the corresponding view for this endpoint will be students view. So this is returning hello world. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to this students. Okay, so this is what students. Okay, so this is what we wanted to create, right? So what happens if I want to print some data here? Okay, so I'll say students is equal to, I'll open a list, and here I'll say one simple student data, maybe ID or roll number or something, ID comma 1, ID colon 1, and it will be a name, and let's say John Doe, and the age will be 25. Okay, so this is a very simple student data. Let's pass this student data to this HTTP response, right? Let's refresh it, and here you can see. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit so that you can see it clearly. You see this data is being printed on this endpoint, right? So this is a web application endpoint. This can be accessed from the web browser. But the API endpoints are something similar, but we don't want to access those API endpoints using the browser. Okay, so it will return the data to integrate into the front end. That means we need to access it programmatically. Okay, all right. In the previous video, we created one simple students URL pattern. In this video, let's create one simple API endpoint. Now let's go back to our code. Here, let me see what we have done here. In the URLs, we have created one students URL, which is a web application endpoint. Now we need API endpoints. right? So why I have written here like this is because in your web application, there can be both of these endpoints, right? So if you have a website, you will still have these endpoints, right? You'll still have these URL patterns. You'll still have a lot of pages or functionalities. Okay, that should be available to the public, right? So that's why whatever public URL you want to create for your website will go here. And these are the API endpoints. Okay, so most of the times APIs endpoints starts from API. Okay, API / version number. All right, v1.0 or v2.0 or anything like that, but I'm just gonna go with this v1. All right, so API / v1, and whoever comes to this URL pattern, that is considered as an API. Okay, you know what, we wanted to create one API app. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stop the server. I'm saying python manage.py start app and say API. Okay, so we have one more app created, and as you know, go to the settings and register it here. Okay, now next step, you go to here, and in path API / v1 / this time we will include it to API / API.urls. Okay, API.urls. Anybody who comes to this URL will be redirected to this particular app. Okay, so this is where we are going to do all the functionalities about the endpoints. Okay, so now let's go to the API, and here let's create urls.py. So in here, let's import this one, and let's say URL patterns. Let's say path. We just want to create the same API endpoint like this, students. In the previous one, we created students, right? So this is for public URL. I'm sorry. So this is a public URL. We want to create this API now. Let's go here and let's say students. Okay. So here I'm going to say views dot student view, students view. Okay, views dot student view. So this will be our function name. First, we will see the function based view, and in the future lectures, we will also learn the class based views as well. So first, let's say from dot import views. All right. Now let's go to this API views, and let's say define students view. It will take a request. Okay. Now, if you look at our previous example where we have written this HTTP response, right? So we have a static list of students, and we are returning these students using HTTP response to access it from the browser, right? Now, in this one, we don't want to use HTTP response. We want to use JSON response, because if you look at our slide, we have talked about this core principles of REST, right? So here what it is saying, easy to read data, right? So whatever response we need to send will be going back with the standardized easy to read format, which is of course the JSON format. Okay, so that is the reason we need to use JSON response. Okay, so JSON response will also comes from Django.http import JSON response. Okay, so at this point you can simply say JSON response and simply say students is equal to, let's create id :1, and name will be Ratan, and class will be computer science. Okay, so simply pass this students to the JSON response. Okay, now your API endpoint is ready. Just run your server and let's go back to the browser, and this time we will say API /v1 / students. Okay, we got the page not found error. Okay, no problem. This is because let me see this urls.py. Here you can see I'm missing one / here. Okay, just make sure you put the / at the end of every URL patterns. Okay, otherwise you will get such errors. Now refresh, and here you can see the JSON response is printing here. Okay, my browser is showing me pretty print as well. You can see. So this is your JSON response that you gave from this API endpoint. Where is it? Yeah, this is the API endpoint. Okay, so there are a lot of things, serialization and all that stuff, but you know what, it's a very simple URL endpoint, or you can say API endpoint. But in the future lectures we will be learning a lot about class-based views, serialization, mixins, generics, viewset, and all those stuff. Okay, and this should not be accessed from the browser. Of course, currently you can access this API endpoint from the browser, but currently we are in the development phase, right? We can access it from the browser as well. And also Django REST Framework provides us with the browsable API interface as well. Okay, so that will be very easy for us to send and receive the responses on the browser itself while developing. Okay, in the previous video we learned how to return the JSON response using our students API endpoint. However, it was a static data. In this video, let's try and return the dynamic data from the database. Okay, so for that we first need to create the model, right? So let's go back to our code, and here it is clearly saying that you have 18 unapplied migrations. So this means we need to run the migrate command, and let's first run the migrate command and create the default database tables. All right, and after that we'll also create super user, and then we'll start creating the student model. All right, so first of all, let's say python manage.py migrate. Okay, so this is to create the default database table for our application. So the tables that will be created after running this migrate command will be admin auth content types sessions. Okay, so let's run the migrate. Okay, so here you can see we have all the tables created. Let's actually go ahead and create one super user. Python manage.py create super user. Okay, so username, I'll give my email address, my password. All right, the super user is created now. So let me clear this terminal. So let me go to the admin panel. So right now in my admin panel, there is no models at all, right? So these are the default models. So this is the one that we have created right now, which is the super user. Okay, so we need to bring, or we need to fetch the students data, right? So for that we'll create one model inside the students app. Okay, so let's go to the models.py. Here I'll say class student, say models.model. So for this student, he will have student ID, which is equal to models.char field. See, you can either use integer field or char field. Okay, so I want to go with this very simple char field, and max length will be 10. Okay, and next we'll have name, models dot, again the char field, max length is equal to 50, and then we'll say branch is equal to models dot char field, max length is equal to 20. Okay, so this is a very simple student model, so nothing much complex in it. Let me define a str method, which is a string representation of this student model. So I'll pass self, return self dot name. Okay, save it. And next thing you need to do is you need to first make the migrations, right? Python manage.py, make migrations. All right, one create model, and let's migrate it. Migrate. Okay, now at this point, if you run the server, you will not see anything here, right? Because we need to register that inside our students app and admin.py. Let's first bring in this student model, which comes from .models import student. Okay, so these are all the basic things that you have learned in the Django basics course, right? So there is nothing about the REST framework here. Okay, so let's say admin.site.register student. Perfect. Now if you refresh this, you will see the students here. Let's quickly create one or two data, okay, so that we create the data from here and we will fetch it using this API endpoint. All right, so let's create a student ID. Let's say S001. My name will be Ratan Kumar and I'm a computer science student. Computer science. Next, let's save and add another. Let's say S002. I'll add John Doe and branch will be electronics and communication. Okay, you know what, we cannot add much characters here because in the model we did only 20, right? So I'm sorry for that. You can increase it. Okay, don't worry, we will increase it like this. I'll add 50. Python manage, you know, whenever you make any changes to your model, then you'll have to run make migrations and then migrate. Okay, when you run make migrations, you see alter field branch on student, right? We have altered this field, right? So that's why it is saying this one. All right, then you should do a migrate. Okay, so applying migration. Okay, perfect. Now at this point I can actually assign electronics and communication to this John Doe, but first I need to refresh and then I'll say S002 and say John Doe and then electronics and communication. Okay, yes. Okay, save. All right, so in our database we have two data now. Okay, one is John Doe and another one is Ratan Kumar. All right, so in the next video we will see how we can fetch this data using the REST API, right? So this one we have fetched here. This is static data, right? We want this dynamic data to be here. Okay, to fetch the data from the database we need to query into the database, right? So for that we have a view, right? Where is our view? We have this API app, right? So inside this API app we have a views.py, right? So currently what we are doing, we are actually sending the static student data as a JSON response. That is what we are printing here, right? But now we don't want this static data, we want the dynamic data. All right, so for that what we'll do is we will remove this static data and we need to query into the database, right? So our database table name or the model name is student, right? Where is our model now? It is inside our students app and the models.py, which is here it is, right? So we want to go inside this and first import it, right? So let's say from students dot models import student. All right, so now the student model is available here. What we will do is we will actually go inside this student and objects student.all, student.objects.all, which will bring all the student which are inside the database and store it inside this students. Okay, so the students we are passing inside the JSON response, right? So that is what we were doing in the previous video, right? So before that, we'll simply do a debug print once. Students. Oh, I'm sorry. Students. Let's see what we get. All right. So let's refresh and see whether we get the data from the database or not. Okay, we got the error now. So let's go back to the terminal and see our print statement, right? So we have done the debug here. Let's see whether it has printed something. Okay, you can see it successfully fetched our data from the database, which is the query set student Ratan Kumar and another student John Doe, right? But it did not print the JSON response on the front end. Okay, let's read the error now. In order to allow non-dict objects to be serialized, set the safe parameter to false. Okay, so it is saying in order to allow non-dict objects. Okay, so it is saying we cannot pass non-dict objects, which means this is not the dictionary, right? By default, a JSON response assumes that you are sending the dictionary, okay? But in our case, we are not sending any dictionary. We are sending the query set. For that, it is saying set the safe parameter to false. Okay, let's see. Let's set safe equal to false. Safe equal to false. Okay. Now let's see whether we can bring the data. Okay, this time we got another error, which is object of type query set is not JSON serializable. Okay, so at this time it was able to detect that we are sending the query set. Last time it was giving something else, right? So it was not able to detect whether it is a query set or list or anything else. It just told us that we are passing the non-dict object. But right now it knows that the query set we are passing, right? But however, it is not JSON serializable. Okay, let's do one thing. You know what? We have two options now. One, we will take all the values from the student query set and convert it to the list, which is essentially a manual way of serializing the query set. Okay. The second option is we can make use of Django REST Framework's one of the very powerful component to serialize the data, which is called Serializers. Okay, we can either manually serialize the data or we can make use of Serializers, okay, which is actually a component of the Django REST Framework. Okay, we will see both of these in this course and we will also understand which one to use and why. All right, our motive is to print the student data here, right? As I said, let's serialize this data. So how you can serialize the data manually? So let's say students list is equal to, serializing is nothing but, taking all the values from the query set and converting it into a list, okay, which will be easy for us to convert it to JSON. As I said, JSON is a easy to read format, right? So let's do that here. So first of all, we need to take all the students. Now students values, okay, not students, we are accessing all the values from this students query set and we will convert it into a list. We'll put this inside the list, okay, list of students dot values. Now this time, instead of passing this students, we will pass students list, okay, students list. Now you must be asking why this safe equal to false. Well, JSON response assumes that you're passing a dictionary into it. But here we are not passing dictionary. This time we are passing the students list, right? So that's why we are telling Django that we are not passing any dictionary. We are passing list, but it is safe. Okay. So that's why we need to pass safe parameter into this JSON response whenever we want to pass any other data type except the dictionary. All right, so let's refresh and see. Okay, this time you can see we are able to see the student data, right? So we have one, the first, the ID is 1 and student ID is 001 and the second one is this one, right? What if I add one more student is 003, let's say Mike ABC, okay, and I will say information science. Okay, let's see. I have added one more data and see if I refresh this, and here you can see we got the data, right? So this is the manual way of serializing the data. But there's a problem with this type of manual serialization. Taking the query set and converting it to a list can be a temporary solution, and it is not recommended while you are developing RESTful APIs. We can only do this in some simple use cases, not at all recommended for creating the APIs. Okay, we need more powerful tool to serialize the complex data, which can also handle the validation for us, right? That's where the serializers comes in. Django REST Framework provides a powerful tool called Serializers that can be used to convert the complex model objects or query sets into JSON or XML formats. Okay, in this lecture, you will learn the concept of serialization and deserialization. Serialization is the process of converting the model object or query set into JSON format or any other formats that the client requires. Think of the serializers as a translator for your data. Okay, let's take an example. Imagine you have a book written in English language that you can understand, but you want to share this book with other people who speak a different language and cannot understand English, right? So serializers are like translators that convert your book from English into a format that other people can understand. Okay, in the context of Django REST framework, serializers help convert complex data like the information stored in your database into a format that can be easily sent over the internet, like JSON or XML. This is important because when you're building a website or an app, you often need to send data back and forth between the server and the client. Okay, server means where your website lives, and the client means the user's browser or an app. Okay, so serializers make this process easier by automatically handling the conversion of data into a format that can be easily shared. Okay, so there are different types of serializers, but the most common one is the model serializer. This model serializer is so smart that it knows how to convert your model objects or database fields into JSON or XML. Okay, it automatically creates a translator based on the structure of your model, so you don't have to manually define how each piece of data should be converted. Okay, so if you know how Django model forms work, then the serializers will be a piece of cake for you. Similarly, deserialization is the reverse process, where data received from a client, usually in JSON format, is converted back into a model instance or a query set so that Django can understand and use it in our application. Okay, serialization is the process of converting the model object or a query set into a JSON format, and the deserialization is the opposite process or the reverse process, where data received from the client, which is JSON, will be converted back into the model instance or the query set. Okay, so in the next couple of videos, we will use serializers to fetch our students' data and see them in action. In this video, you will learn how we can implement serializers to fetch the data in Django. So to implement the serializers in Django, we first need to create a file called Serializers. So go to your API app and right click on it and create a new file and call it as serializers.py. Okay, make sure the spellings are correct. Serializers.py. Okay, so inside this serializers, we need to make a student serializer. Okay, so before you implement serializers, just make sure inside this settings.py you have added this REST framework into this installed apps. Okay, so once that is done, and then you need to import the serializers from REST framework. Okay, so let's say from REST underscore framework import serializers. All right. And after that, we also need to import the student model from students dot models import student. Okay, so we have the imports. Now let's create a class. It's more like how you create the Django forms, right? So in Django forms also you create class, and after that you say student form, right? So it is something like that, student serializer. Okay, so this is not a form, this is a serializer, so that's why it will be a class student serializer. All right, so the serializer will extend the features of serializers dot model serializer, just like how you import from Django import forms, right? After that you use forms dot model form, right? So this is very similar to the forms. It is serializers dot model serializer. All right, now class in Django form also you use class meta, right? There also you say model equal to student, and after that you say fields is equal to, let's include all the fields. Okay, so if you say underscore underscore all underscore underscore, then this means that in this student serializer we want all the fields that needs to be serialized. Okay, just save this. Okay, so this is how we create the serializer. All right, now we need to use this serializer in our views.py as well, because so far what we were doing is we were actually manually serializing the query sets, right? But this is not the correct approach. We need to use Django REST Framework's component called Serializers, right? We have already created the student serializer class. That's what we want to use inside this views.py. All right, so let's first remove this. Okay, we don't want this because we don't want to manually serialize anything now. We will remove this, and first of all we will actually, what, if you don't want this you can just comment it out. And first thing, you need to actually import the serializer that we have created, right? From dot serializers import, the name of the serializer is student serializer. Okay, and after that let's actually say, so this will be our function based view. All right, in the future lectures I'll also show you how we can create class based views as well. Okay, so let's start from function based views, and here I'll say if request dot method is equal to get. Okay, so if the request is get, then what we want to do, we want to get all the data from the student table. Okay, if the method is get, we want to list down all the students from the student table. So how to take out the students? Simple, right? Just a student dot objects dot all. That's it. And after that you can say serializer is equal to the serializer that we have created here, right? You simply copy this and put it here. So inside this serializer we need to pass the query set that we have retrieved from the table, right? So this one, simply copy that one and paste it here. One more attribute we want to give, that many is equal to true. Why this many is equal to true is because students can be multiple, right? So if you look at this query, student dot objects dot all, this means we are fetching the multiple students, right? So that's why we need to pass many is equal to true. Okay, so once that is done, we will now return. So far we were using JSON response, right? But let's not use JSON response, we will use a response. Okay, so this response comes from REST framework dot response. Okay, let's first of all let's import it. REST framework dot response import response. Okay, so we will use this response to pass the response. Okay, so return a response, and this inside this response we need to say serializer dot data. Okay, so this whatever serializer we get, we need to pass it here, serializer dot data. And also you can say status is equal to, we have a module called status which comes from Django REST Framework. Okay, I'll show you how it works. From REST Framework, import status. So this status will give us the HTTP response or status code. Okay, so this status will give us the status code. All right, so if you say status is equal to status dot, you see there are a lot of status you can use. Okay, these are all the HTTP status codes. Okay, the one we are interested is HTTP underscore 200 underscore OK. Okay, HTTP 200 OK. Which means we have successfully received the data from the request. Okay, so let's save it. All right, once we return the response, we need to also take care of the methods that we want to allow for this view. That means if I want this student view to be only accessed using the get request, then I need to specify here. Okay, so that will be using the decorators. Okay, so we have a decorator called @API view. Okay, so that will actually come from REST framework dot decorators import API view. Okay, so this will take the methods. For example, if I want to allow get request for this view, then I need to specify this get here. All right, let's see. Let's go to http /API /v1/students. Okay, so now you can see this beautiful interface. This is the user interface that was given by Django REST Framework. Okay, so this will automatically be generated for you. All right, and one more thing you can see here, it has given us the status code HTTP 200 OK, which we have passed here, right? Status. And other thing to notice here, allow get request for now. Okay, so options will be available for all the requests. And the content type is actually a application JSON. Okay, so this is a JSON response, and this is the data that it fetched from the database. All right, now if you want to add one more data from here, let's say S004 test123 and test branch, not rest, it is test. Save. And if you hit the get request, clicking on this get button will be treated as get, or you refresh this, it will also be treated as get request. Okay, and here you can see the data is being fetched from the serializers. Okay, and if you want to try this API from this Postman, okay, I hope you have installed Postman, right? So this is how the Postman user interface looks like. And you click on this plus button, and I'll copy this URL, and by default this is the get request. From here you usually select the methods. Okay, get, post, put, patch, delete, head, and options. Okay, so this will be the get request, and let's click on this send, and here you can see the same data has been fetched from the database using this API endpoint, right? So yeah, that is there. And after that, one last thing I want to verify is what happens if I don't pass get into this API view decorator. Okay, so let's remove this get and save, and let's refresh this page, and you can see method get is not allowed. Okay, so that's why we need to pass the API view as a decorator. All right, so let's quickly revert it back because we want the get request to be allowed for this view. Okay, and now refresh, and we got all the data. In this video, let's see how we can use this same API endpoint to work for post data. Okay, so far we have seen how we can use it for get, right? So get will actually get all the data, right? Now we want to use post. So the Django REST framework will give us the form where we can post the data or where we can store the data. All right, so let's try that. Let's go back to views.py, and you see we have used get here, right? But this time we also want the post, right? If you don't pass post, then you cannot use a post method for this view. All right, so we are done with the get request. Now let's say elif request dot method is equal to post. Then what we need to do is we need to actually initialize the serializer. Okay, how to initialize serializer? Serializer is equal to the the student serializer that we have created, right? Student serializer will actually take the requested, the data which is inside the request, right? So that is data is equal to request dot data. Okay, now after this we should say if serializer dot is valid. Now as I said, this is same like Django forms. In Django forms also you get inbuilt validation classes, right? Inbuilt validation functions or modules that will check your forms for validation errors. Similarly, in serializers also you get this function called is valid, right? If the serializer is valid, then it will give us true, otherwise it will throw an error or it will return false. Okay, so we have this inbuilt function that is serializer dot is valid. We will use that, and if the serializer is valid, then what we need to do, we need to say simply serializer dot save. So the moment you call save method on serializer, all the data which is inside the serializer will be stored in the database. Okay, so let's return, this time let's return response, and we need to it will be same as what we have done here, right? Serializer dot data comma status equal to status dot http 201 created. Okay, so this is the status code that we want to return. All right, now what if the serializer is not valid for some reason? Then simply say return response. Response. Then the serializer will also give us the serializer dot errors. Okay, just like how it returns the serializer dot data, it also gives us serializer dot errors. All right, if you want to see what is the error that the serializer returns, then you can simply print serializer dot errors. Okay, so this will return serializer dot errors, and after that we will simply return status is equal to status dot http maybe 404 not 404, we will say 400 bad request. Okay, all right, now refresh this, you will see there is one form here, right? So in this form we can put some data and click on post, right? So you see everything is very easy here. Django REST framework has given us this beautiful user interface, as well as it has given us the form as well to post the data, right? So this is the get request, that's why we are seeing here. Now you know what, if I want to add some data in the database, I will simply copy this one, okay, one set of data, and paste it here. You don't need to pass this ID. Okay, remove that ID from there, and here you will remove 004 to 005. Okay, this is the new data that you are posting to the database or storing in the database, right? So name, I will say test name, right? So this was test123 and this is test name, and this is maybe CS. Okay, let's post this. All right, now you can see we got the response http 201 created, which is the which is the status code that you have written, right? So along with that, it has given us the ID 5, which was created automatically, which is a primary key, and the student, everything is here, right? So this is the data that we have added. Now, what if I click on this get? You see, it is bringing every data which is in the database, including the one that we have added right now. So now you understand how easy it is to use serializers, right? The same endpoint you can use in your Postman too. Okay, so you just give it a try. All right, because Postman is widely used API client for developing any software applications. Okay, in the previous lecture, we learned how to fetch the data and how to store the data using our API endpoint. In this one, you learn how to perform primary key based operations, that is, to get the single student detail. In the last video, we fetched all the students from the database, but in this one, let us go ahead and fetch only a single student data based on the primary key. So first of all, we need to create API endpoint, right? So if I go to this API app and urls.py, we have already created one URL to fetch all the students. Okay, so with this, we will create another one. We will say student / we need to accept the primary key with this URL. So this is how you accept the primary key with the URL student / int : pk. All right, and after that, let's say views dot, we'll have to create one view. So the name of this view is students view. So for this, we will say student detail view. Okay, student detail view. This will also be a function based view, and in the next section we will see the class based views also. All right, so let's go to the views and create this function. Let me copy this and we'll go to this views.py, right? So with this, I will say define student detail view, and this will accept a request comma the primary key. Okay, now we first need to take out the student from the database, right? So I will do it inside the try block. Try student is equal to, we'll go inside the student model, student objects dot get. Get is for taking a single object. Okay, so let's say pk is equal to pk, which is the primary key, is equal to primary key. Okay, so now we got the student, and we'll also need to handle this except block, right? So if student does not exist, right? If there is no student with the primary key that we have passed, then what we need to do? We need to return a response, right? We'll say return a response status is equal to status dot http 404, okay, which is not found. If there is no student with that particular primary key, then we should return this 404 not found. All right, okay, so with this we got the student, and we'll handle the get request now, because we just want to see the single student data, right? So let's say request dot method is equal to get. If this is the get request, then what we need to do, we need to actually take a serializer. Serializer is equal to our student serializer again, okay, student serializer, and we will pass this student with this student serializer. That's it. Okay, so once this is done, we will simply return the response, and just like how you did here, right? Serializer dot data status equal to status dot http 200. Okay, all right, so I'll simply copy this one and put it here. All right, perfect. Now what I'll do is I'll first check before we go ahead and do the put or delete. Okay, so this video is dedicated for only the get request. All right, so we will see put and delete in the next video, but In order for this function to work, we need to pass the decorator, right? You cannot forget this. At API inside a list, let's say get. Okay, for now we'll pass get, but in the future we'll see what to pass in case of put and delete. Okay, so let's try this endpoint now. Let me see, my environment is not activated. Source env bin activate. Make sure the virtual environment is activated. So I will now run python manage .py run server. All right, so let's go to this endpoint, which is API /v1 / this is the student, right? The previous one was students plural. Now this is a student. If you want to use students, this is also okay. Okay, so anyway, I'll use students. All right, students / we just need to pass one primary key, students 1. Okay, so now here you can see with the ID 1, with the primary key 1, we have the student detail, this one, student ID S001, name Ratan, and branch computer science. So if I pass 2, the data is different. If I pass 3, what if I pass 50? Then you can see 404 not found. This is what we are returning from here in case we don't find the student with the ID. Okay, HTTP 404 not found. All right, now you can also see this API endpoint using the Postman also. Okay, all right, so this endpoint is bringing all the data. You know what, I don't like this white color theme of this Postman. I'll go to settings. I'll show you how to do this. Go to this Postman settings and go to themes, and you can use dark theme. Okay, all right, so I like this dark theme. All right, you know, you can click on this plus button to create a new request. Okay, so paste your API and send. Okay, so this is by default, this is get. All right, and here you can see we got the data. So if I change this to 3 and send, you get the data. Okay, so that's how you fetch the single object from the database using the serializer. All right, in this video, let's take care of the put request. So let me go back to the code, and you see we don't have to do anything to this URL because this URL will handle the get request, put request, and delete request all at once. Okay, I'll show you how. See, this is our view, and here we have this if request.method equal to get, right? So what we need to do is we need to say elif request.method, oh I'm sorry, method is equal to put, and the serializer is equal to, this time what we need to do is we need to actually update the data, right? Update the data, that means we need to accept the new incoming data, right? So I'll show you how to do that. Student serializer, and here if you notice this one in the post request, we are accepting the incoming data here, right? Data is equal to request.data. Request.data means the whatever the data we are sending request, that is the incoming data. Okay, so in here also, since we want to store the data, we need to accept this incoming data. But with this, we also need to pre-populate the data, right? We also need to tell this serializer that this is an update operation. Okay, so that's why we need to pass the current student that we want to update. Okay, so if you pass this one, this will create the new data. But if you pass the student with this, this will update this particular student. Okay, so that's how you update the existing data. All right, now let's say if serializer dot is valid, because this is again the same thing. You see, once we accept the incoming data, then we check if the data is valid or not. If it is valid, then we save it. Otherwise, we throw a bad request error. Okay, it is very simple. Serializer dot save, and if it is not valid, right, in the else case, what we need to do, we need to simply you know what, we cannot do like this. We need to return the response, right? We need to return the response. After saving the serializer, we should say return response serializer dot data comma status is equal to status dot, this time when we were creating the new data, we were actually returning this HTTP 201 created, but for the update operation we usually say HTTP 200. Okay, the same thing what we are doing for the GET request. Okay, HTTP 200. Okay, so this is for the put request or the update operation. All right, so let's handle the else case. So if the data is invalid, then we can simply return this one, bad request. Copy this and just scroll down and paste it here. All right, return response serializer dot errors status equal to status dot bad request. All right, save it. Last thing, we need to accept the put method as well for this view, right? So that's why we put a comma and say put. Simple. All right, now let's refresh this. See, we are in the student /2. Okay, now let's try to update the student 2. Okay, so you got the form just like how you got for creating the data, right? So this is same form. Now let's copy this one and let's maybe what we can change is branch. I'll remove this branch, electronics and communication. It will be electronics, the updated one. Let's click on this put. We have updated this ID 2, right? So if you fetch all the data now, and you can see electronics is remaining, okay, because this object is updated. So far we are done with the getting the student and updating the student. Now we just want to see how we can delete the student. So for that, we'll go back to our code again. So see, again, we don't need to do anything to this URL. So it will be handled automatically. And views.py, let's write an elif. Here, let's add request.method. Request.method is equal to delete. Then what we need to do, we need to simply delete the student. Delete the student, student.delete. Okay, so once we run the delete function on this student object, then we can simply return, return response. Then we can just say status is equal to status dot HTTP 204 no content. Okay, after deleting the object, there will be no content. Okay, so that's how you return the status for deleting the object. And once this is done, the last thing that we need to do is we need to simply set this delete method, right? We need to accept all of these 3 methods, get, put, and delete. Okay, so everything will be handled in a single function. Okay, so now let's go back and refresh, or let's say 2, right? So here you can see we have got the delete button, right? So we did not add anything manually. The delete button was given by Django REST Framework. Okay, so now we have taken this student ID S002, which is the second student. If I want to delete this one, or I will delete the third one, I'll see what is for Okay, test. I think I have 5. All right, I'll delete my 4th record. Okay, I'll delete my 4th record. Click on this delete, and it is asking us to confirm the delete operation. Now you click on the delete and you see HTTP 204 no content, because this data has got deleted. Now if if you run this get request, and you can see HTTP 404 not found, because this object or this data is already deleted. All right, now from here also you can see 1 is there, 2 is there, 3 is there, 5 is there, but 4 is deleted. Okay, so that's how you do primary key based operations using Django REST Framework function based views. In this section you will learn about class based views. You might be familiar with the function based views, which are like individual functions handling specific tasks in a traditional way. But the class based views, they provide more structured and organized way to handle a request using object oriented principles. Class-based views take away conditional checks that we have been using in function-based views, and we can use instance methods like get, post, put, and delete. And they'll be automatically mapped to get the students, create a student, update a student, and delete a student. Also, code reusability is a major advantage of using class-based views in Django. As you have seen, we had to write many lines of code to perform the CRUD operation using function-based views. But now when we start using class-based views, you will notice the number of lines of code will be significantly reduced. And then when we learn mixins, generics, and viewsets, you will notice the same CRUD operations will be done in just 3 to 4 lines of code. That's the power of class-based views. Just a quick note here, sometimes things get a little bit complicated when learning class-based views, because we are used to function-based views that are straightforward. But in class-based views, you'll have to follow a certain methods. That's where some beginner developers can get confused. If you are one of them, don't worry, it is very common and it's totally fine. I know class-based views are not straightforward. You will need more practice to get a hold of it. Once you get comfortable with it, you will definitely be thankful for these class-based views. For learning class-based views, we will take another example. Let's say employees. We've been using a students example for the function-based views, right? So in this one, let's create a new app and call it as employees. And we will make the model again, and we'll also create the serializer for the employee model as well. Okay, so this way you will understand the workflow. Now, first thing that we need to do is we need to create an app. All right. So we have the students, and you know what? Let's close all the tabs now, and make sure your virtual environment is activated. Mine is not activated. Let me quickly go ahead and activate my virtual environment, which is source env/bin/activate. Okay. So make sure this is activated, and then let's create a new app, python manage.py start app, and we'll call it as employees. Okay, employees. All right, so now we got the employee app created here. Now let's go back to Django REST_main and go to the settings, and here let's register this app employees. All right. Next thing, we need to store some data, right? For that, we need a model. Let's go to the models.py and let's actually create a class, call it as employee. Okay, so let's say models.model, and again, we will have a simple fields like employee ID, employee emp ID is equal to models dot char field, max length can be 20, then emp name is equal to models dot char field, max length will set it to 50, and designation Designation is equal to models dot, again char field, let's say max length is equal to 50. Okay, so I think these fields are enough for us to learn. And let's say string representation of this model, define str and pass in self. Okay, so let's return self dot emp name. Okay, so now you're done with this employee model, and let's go to our admin.py. First of all, let's import the model. From dot models, import employee, and then we will register this in the admin panel, which is admin.site.register employee. Okay, so because we have created the model, we'll have to run make migration command and migrate command, right? Let's say python manage.py make migrations, and you see create model employee, and let's go ahead and run this migrate. Perfect. Okay, so at this point, if you so let me run the server, python manage.py run server, and let me go back to my admin. Let me log in, and employees, we see we don't have any employees yet, so let's go ahead and create emp001. I'll add my name, Ratan Kumar, and I am a software engineer. Okay, save, and let's create one more employee, emp002. Let's add John Doe. Okay, he is a web designer. All right, so now we have 2 employees in our database. The next step is to create a serializer for our employee model. So first of all, let's go to our code here, and you see in the API we have a serializers.py, right? So we have already created one student serializer. Now we want to create another serializer for our employee model. Now first we'll import the employee model from employees.models import employee. Okay, so when this employee is imported, you can now create a class and call it employee serializer, employee serializer. So this will inherit the serializers dot model serializer. Okay, serializer dot model serializer. So this is very simple. We'll have to provide a meta class, which is class meta colon model is equal to employee, and then fields is equal to, let's use all the fields. Okay, so here you can specify which fields you want to use in the employee serializer, but in our case we want all the fields. Okay, so this employee serializer is ready. In this one, let's create a URL pattern for fetching the employees and creating the employees. So let's go to our API app and urls.py. So this one is for students, and this one we are gonna create a new path, and let's say employees. Okay, employees, and make sure you put the / here, and after that you say views dot, we need to create a view. Okay, that will be a class based view. Okay, so let's name our class as employees. Okay, employees. You can call it employees or employee. Okay, so whenever you use a class based view as a view, then you should put a dot here and say as underscore view, and it's a function. Okay, so employees / and views dot employees dot as view. This means this is a class based views, and we are telling this URL pattern to treat this employee class as a view. All right, so now you'll understand why I'm saying class here. So because this is a class based view, we need to create this class, right? Now you will go to this views.py, and you see we are using define, this is a function, right? Define student detail view and define students view, and these were the traditional function based views. Now I'll create a class and say employees. Okay, so class employees. All right, so this class will inherit the API view. Okay, so this API view comes from from REST framework dot views. Okay, import API view. All right, you need to import this. Now after that you will create a function for each HTTP request. Okay, for example, we are now handling the get method. Okay, we just want to fetch the employees, right? So for that reason, inside a class, okay, so inside this employees class, we will create member functions like get. Okay, define get, and because this is a member function, which is the function inside the parent class, we always need to pass self. Okay, self means we are representing this function as a member function of this particular class. All right, now self comma, it takes the request. Okay, self comma request. So it is kind of similar to the function based views, but here we use the conditional branching like if, elif, and elif, like that, right? But here the API view class will automatically decide which request to go to which function. For example, if the incoming request is get, then it will execute the get method, and if the incoming request is post, then it will execute the post method. Okay, like that. The same thing works for put and delete as well. All right, so let's see how we can fetch the employees. Fetching employees is very similar to how we fetched the students, right? Employees is equal to employee dot objects dot all. Okay, employees dot objects dot all, and make sure you import the model. Okay, so it is not employees, it is employee. All right, make sure you import this employee from dot models, right? No, not dot models, it should be coming from employees app dot models. Import employee. All right, so this will give us the list of employees, which means all the employees from the database. And now let's create a serializer. Serializer is equal to, we will need to import the employees serializer. Okay, so from dot serializers import employee serializer. Now this, we will use employee serializer here, employee serializer, and inside this employee serializer we will pass all the employees that we have passed. Okay, so employees, and because this employees will be many, or it is filtering all the employees from the database, which means we need to pass many is equal to true. Okay, and next we will simply return the response serializer dot data comma status is equal to status dot http 200. Okay, all right, now you see, if you compare these two code, class employees, right? So this is a class, but this is the function, right? We have a function get inside the class, right? But this function itself is handling the get method and post method using the if and elif conditions. All right, and remaining code is similar. Here also we are fetching all the data, and we are creating the serializer, and we are returning the response, and similar thing we are doing here. Okay, the only thing that makes it different from the traditional function based views is we are creating a class and then we are creating a instance method called get, post, put and delete. Okay, right now we have only created one function, which is get. Now let's see whether this get function or whether this employees class based view is working or not. All right, let's go to the browser and let's say 127/0.0.1 8000/API/v1/employees. All right, now you can see we have got the two employees that we have created from the database, right? And you also see the HTTP 200 OK response, right, that we have sent from this backend, right? In the next video, let's handle the post request. All right, to create a new employee, we use post method. Okay, so similar to this function get, we will create another function and call it as post. Okay, and make sure you're creating the function inside this class. Okay, so the indentation is very important. Okay, so these functions will be a member function of this particular employee class. All right, so let's say define post, and first of all it will accept the self, and after that it will take a request colon, and then if you look at this one, what we are doing, if the method is post, then we are accepting the request data or the incoming data from this request.data, and we are putting it inside the student serializer, right? Similar thing that here also we need to do. Serializer is equal to employee serializer, and we will accept the data that is coming from the request, right? So inside the request we have something called data. Okay, so we have the data now, and we will have to first check if this serializer is valid or not. Serializer dot is valid, and serializer dot save. If it is valid, we should save the serializer, and then we will return the response. Inside this response we pass serializer dot data comma status is equal to status dot HTTP 201 created. Okay, and if it is not valid, then we should return this 400 bad request. We will simply copy this line and paste it here. Return response serializer dot errors status dot HTTP 400 bad request. Okay, now let's test, and you see class based views does not accept any kind of decorators like API view, right? So it doesn't need those decorators. This API view class, it's a base class. It has a lot of functionalities. Okay, so this will take care of everything by default. Okay, so now let's go to here, and again, just click on this get, or you can simply refresh it, and here you can see we have the form, right? In this form we can post the data that will get stored in the database. Let's try this. Let's try to save one data here. We don't need to pass the ID. Let's say we want to create the new data, right? Employee 1 is there, 2 is there. Let's create emp003, and I will say Joseph, and let's say his designation will be software tester. Okay, click on post, and you see we have got this HTTP 201 created, right? So this is the response that we are passing from the backend, and you see our data has been created, and you can click on this get, and you can see we have got all the data, including the one we have created. Okay, so that's how we use get and post method for fetching the data and creating the new data. In this lecture, you will learn how to perform primary key based operations such as getting a single employee, updating an existing employee, and deleting an employee. Okay, so right now what you're seeing here is all the employees, right? So we need to get a single employee based on the primary key. All right, so let's first create a URL pattern for this. Let's go back to our code, and in the urls.py, which is inside the API app, so here we have the path to get all the employees and create a new employee, right? So here let's create another path and say employees / we will accept the primary key as an integer. Okay, like this, int : pk. Okay, the same thing that we have done for the students. Now let's say views dot, here also we will create a class based view. We will call this class based view as employee detail. And when we are using a class based view, as I said, we should use as underscore view. Okay, it's a function. Now put a comma. All right, so we are done with this creating the employee URL. Now what we need to do is we need to actually go to this one, right? If you write 3, and here you should be able to get the single employee whose primary key is 3. Right now you get the error because we have not yet created this class, right? So that's why. Let's first go ahead and create the employee detail class. All right, so I'll create a class employee detail. All right, so this will again inherit API view. All right, so here to get a single employee or to update the existing employee, we need the object, right? We need that employee. We first need to get that object from the database, and after that we can easily perform, a CRUD operation on that. So that's why we have a function called get object. Okay, so get object. So what this will do is this will go to the database and bring the employee based on the primary key that we pass. Okay, so let's say, of course, we first need to pass the self, and after that we need to pass pk, okay, which is a primary key. Now this will be the same as what we are doing for getting the student here, right? So this will be same. Okay, so here in the try block we are getting the student equal to student.objects.get, pk is equal to pk, right? The same thing we need to do here also. So let's open a try block and say this time it is employee is equal to employee.objects dot get pk is equal to pk, and then we can return employee like this, or you can simply remove this and just simply return like this. Okay, so this will also return the single employee object. All right, now what if we don't have the employee, if we pass a wrong primary key which does not exist, right? So in that case we will handle the except block, except employee dot does not exist. Then here we can raise the response, but you know what, this doesn't work in the except case, so that's why we'll have to return the http 404 which comes from django.http. just import http 404. okay, we will raise this and I'll show you how it works. Simply say raise http 404. all right, now we got this employee object. okay, if we call the get object with the primary key, we will get the employee. all right, if there is no employee, then definitely it is going to give us the 404 error. all right, now the first thing, we'll have to get a single employee, right? So if you look at this one, yeah, here, right, here we are using if condition, if method equal to get, then we are doing this one, right? So similar thing we're gonna do here also. So define, this is now the get method. Get will take self, comma pk, right? Pk is very important, otherwise you will not get the single object, right? We are getting the single object based on the primary key, based on this one. All right, now what we'll do is first we'll need an employee, right? We need employee. How to get the employee? Now we already have this function to get the employee, right? So simply say self dot get object. You need to call this self because self means the class. We are calling the function which is inside this employee detail, right? So that's why it is self get object, get underscore object, and this will take pk. Okay, and I forgot one more thing here. So this get will also accept the request. Okay, get will also accept a request, you know, self comma request comma primary key. All right, now we got the employee, and let's say serializer is equal to employee serializer. Inside the employee serializer, you simply put this employee, then it will be serialized, and now we can, you know, return the serialized data. Let's say return a response serializer dot data, and also status is equal to status dot http 200. Okay, save this and go back to our view here. Let's refresh this one, and you can see we got the employee with the id 3. Now if I go to 1, and you see we got the 1, and what if I try 50? Now you can see detail not found, which is http 404 that we are raising from here, right? So this one got triggered. All right, in this video let's handle the put request. Now let me go back to employee 3. Okay, so in employee 3 we have a employee Joseph and the software tester. Let's say what if I want to edit this? I'll go to my class again and define put. Okay, so put is a function, and let's pass a request self comma request comma primary key. Okay, so the moment you add this put function, you will see the form here, right? So inside this form you are going to type something or add the data and click on put, right? So that's why you don't need to do anything. You just mention the function here and form will be automatically rendered. Okay, now that we have the form, what we need to do is we need to simply copy this and paste it. You can remove this id because it is going to update to the id which is on the address bar, right? Now what I want to do, designation I want to change. Let's say AI engineer. Okay, so now I want to click on this put button. Okay, the moment you click on this put button, the data is going to come here. Okay, data is going to come here in this put method. Okay, so here we want to handle that data. Okay, so now let's handle. So first of all, whatever data came here, incoming data, right? So we want to check what is the id. You know, it is coming from the request, right? We already have the pk here, right? So that's why with that pk we will get the object first. Employee is equal to self dot get object and pass the pk. Okay, so now we have the employee. Now the second thing that we need to do is we need to actually use a serializer. Serializer is equal to employee serializer, pass this employee to this employee serializer. With this employee we also need to accept the data, the incoming data, right? So we are writing something here, we are clicking on this button, right? This data we want to accept here. Okay, this data we want to accept here. The data is equal to request dot data, right? So whatever data we are sending from here will be inside the request. Okay, so that's why we need to say data is equal to request dot data. Okay, so because this is a put method, we need to pass the object also. right? We want to know to which employee we need to update this new data, right? So that's why we need the current employee. Now, after that, it is very simple. Serializer dot is valid. Before we save the object, we first need to check if whether it is valid or not, right? So that's why we say serializer dot save. Okay, so once that is done, simply say return response serializer dot data comma status. Status is equal to status dot http. In the put request we use 200. Okay, here also we have used the same thing, right? Yeah. All right, now what if the data is invalid, right? In that case we should say return response serializer dot errors comma status is equal to status dot http bad request 400 bad request. Perfect. Now if I refresh this, I have a employee with the ID 3 and designation I want to change. I'll put it here and remove the ID and I'll say AI engineer. Okay, I'll click on this put and you can see it has been updated. And if you want to see here, click on this employees, it will show all the employees, and here you can see ID 3, the designation has been changed. Okay, the same thing you can check in the Postman also. Okay, just give it a try, open your Postman and do the same thing with your Postman client as well. All right, so the next thing, we want to actually delete this object, right? So if I put 3 here, again this one I want to delete, right? Let me quickly do this. Create a function, and this time it will be a delete function, and it will again take self comma request comma primary key, right? Primary key is for to know which object to delete, right? So same thing, I'll copy this and paste it here. Employee is equal to self dot get object with the primary key. This will give us the employee, right? When we get the employee, we will simply run the delete method on it. Simple. Okay, so employee dot delete and simply say return response status equal to status dot http 204 no content. Okay, let's save it and let's refresh, and you see we got the delete button also, right? So if I click on this delete, it will ask me, are you sure you want to delete this employee detail? Now I will click on this delete and you see http 204 no content, which means it got deleted. And if I go to employees and you see it had 3 employees, now I only have 2 employees. Okay, which means the ID 3 is deleted. All right, so that's how you perform primary key based operations. In this video, we will learn and implement mixins in Django REST Framework. What are mixins? Mixins are reusable code classes in object-oriented programming that provide specific functionalities to our application. In Django REST Framework, mixins are used to add common functionalities to views such as create, read, update, and delete operations. In the previous lecture, you have seen we had to write so many lines of code for a single CRUD operation even after extending the API view class in our class-based views, right? But you know what? We can still simplify our code by extending mixin classes with our class-based views. Django REST Framework provides us with 5 built-in mixins to handle the common functionalities in our class-based views, so that we do not have to repeat our code across the application. The first one is list model mixin, then create model mixin, then retrieve model mixin, update model mixin, and destroy model mixin. Once you extend this list model mixin in your class-based view, you have the support for returning the list of objects automatically, which also means it provides you with a built-in method called list. And then create model mixin. It will automatically create the new object in the database using its built-in method called create. Similarly, retrieve model mixin will give you the support for retrieving a single object or a single employee data using its built-in method called retrieve. Then update model mixin will update the existing data using the primary key using its built-in method called update. And lastly, destroy model mixin to delete the object using the primary key using its function called destroy. Okay, so each mixin will give you the corresponding built-in methods to handle the functionalities. The way we implement the mixins, we create a class-based view and inherit the required mixins based on the functionalities that we need, and we also inherit generics.generic_API_view. Now that we know the mixins, why are we talking about generics.generic_API_view? Well, generic API view acts as a foundational class for building most API views. It provides essential functionalities for handling incoming HTTP requests such as get, post, put, and delete. And it also formats the outgoing responses in a structured way like this. For example, to fetch all the employees, we create a class-based view, something like this. Class employees, and we inherit mixins.listModelMixin, and then by default we will also inherit generics.generic_API_view, which will take care of the incoming HTTP request, and it is also responsible for sending the formatted outgoing response. And inside this employees class we will have to create this function get, which will accept the request, and then it will return self.list. List is a method of list model mixin, which will accept the request and give you all the employees data. All right. Similarly, if you want to create the new employee, then you will have to pass mixins.listModelMixin for listing the objects, and again you will have to pass mixins.createModelMixin, which will have the built-in create method. And first of all, we of course need to use this get function to list down the objects, and after that we create a function post, which will again accept the request and will return self.create. Create is a function which is coming from create model mixin. So this code will be responsible for creating a new object in the database. All right. In the next video, we will see all these mixins in action. Alright, in this video, let's implement the mixins in our employee project. So first of all, in our example, we will actually comment out this employees class and employee detail class. We will recreate it. Alright. So because we are using mixins, we need to import mixins, right? From REST Framework. From REST Framework, import mixins, generics. Alright, save your file, and of course you will get the error because we have commented these classes, right? So don't worry about that. We'll just recreate it quickly. Class employees, and it will actually accept in this class employees, we want to list down the employees, right? We want to list down the employees. Also we want to create a new employee, right? So that's why we'll have to say mixins.listModelMixin. This is for fetching the objects, and we also need mixins.createModelMixin. Okay, and lastly we need generics.generic_API_view. All right, so this will handle the get and post request. All right, so here what we need to do is we need to actually take out the query set. Query set is equal to employee.objects.all. Okay, so this is our query, and we will say serializer class. Okay, we need to pass this serializer class is equal to the serializer that we have created for employee, right? So which is employee serializer. All right, and now we'll create this function define get. Okay, so get is a function. It will accept self as a parameter, and it will also accept a request. Okay, so once we have the function, we will simply return self dot list. Okay, list is a function which is coming from list model mixin, and this list will actually take the request. Simple. All right, and we also need this class to be handling the creation of the employee, right? So for that reason, we will create another function called post. Post will take self and request again, and then you see simply return self dot create. Create is a method which is coming from create model mixin, and simply pass this request. That's it. We don't have to do any stuff like checking if the serializer is valid, and if it is valid, then saving the serializer and returning the response and returning the errors. Nothing. We don't have to do anything else. Generic API view will take care of it automatically, and Mixins will be able to handling or performing these tasks. Okay, so these actions. All right, so we are getting the error here because we have commented out this line. I mean this employee detail, right? I'll simply create a class and say employee detail, and I will pass generics dot generic API view. Simply pass it for now, okay, so that we don't get the error at this point. All right, so let's go ahead and check whether this one is working or not, right? So using Mixins. Okay, so let's refresh, and if you refresh, you see I'm getting the data, right? But one more thing you notice here is that you have got the form, right? So this form is different than what we have seen in the previously, right? We had the form like this, the raw data, right? We used to give data like this, but this Mixin has given us the proper form, proper HTML form, which has the model fields, right? Employee ID, employee name, and designation. So this is very easy instead of putting this raw data. So this is easy, right? Now let's say, we want to check the post request. Of course, get is working, right? You see the data, right? Now employee ID, I'll say EMP003, and employee name will be Joe, and designation is AI engineer. Okay, let's post it, and you see we got another employee, and you see HTTP 201 created response is also coming, but we have not passed any response from here, right? But how it is coming? So this generics.generic API view is responsible for sending those structured responses with the response status codes, right? So that we don't have to take care of it manually like how we used to do it previously, right? So this is very, very simple now using Mixins. All right. Now, okay, so post is done, and let's go to, click on this employees to see all the employees. I had 2 employees before, now I have 3. All right, so this is how we use list model mixin and create model mixin to listing down the objects and creating the new object. And in the next one, we will take care of the primary key based operations, such as getting a single object, updating a existing object, and deleting the object. All right. To perform primary key based operations, we use mixins.retrieve model mixin, mixins.update model mixin, and mixins.destroy model mixins. Okay, so in this video, let's implement these 3 operations. So first of all, we are done with the getting all the objects and creating a new object, and now we will actually put a comma here. I'll first inherit mixins dot retrieve model mixin. Okay, so first we'll check retrieve model mixin to fetch a single employee. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is we need the query set. All right, and after that we again need the serializer class. Just copy it and paste it like this. Okay, query set equal to employee.objects.all, and after that serializer class is equal to employee serializer. Okay, so once it is done, let's create a function get. So this get will take self, okay, self comma request comma, and because this is a primary key based operations, we also need to pass primary key pk. Okay, and next you see we are using mixins dot retrieve model mixin, right? So the inbuilt function it provides is retrieve. All right, so that's why I will return self dot retrieve, and it will pass, you know, it will take a request comma primary key. That's all. Okay, so now, you know, with this 5 lines of code, you will be able to retrieve the single employee from the database. Okay, so this is you know, we have like 3 data, and I will try to fetch the second data, which is John Doe. All right, you can see I got the data, right? Employee ID emp002 John Doe and web designer. And if I try to take out 1, and you see you got the 1, and you also get the response http 200. Okay, all right, and let's quickly see the put method, which is to update the existing record, right? So for that we need a mixin called mixins dot update model mixin. Okay, mixins dot update model mixin, and when you inherit it, and then you need to create a function called a put. Okay, put, this will again take self, request and primary key. Okay, and then you simply say return self dot, the built-in method this mixin will give you is the update. Okay, inside this update method you simply pass request comma primary key. That's it. Okay, now you see we have just created 2 lines of code, and if you refresh this page, you can see you have this HTML form, and with that HTML form you also see the pre-populated data of this employee 1, right? So if you go to 2, and you see by default the data will be pre-populated and this form is ready to be updated. Okay, so this is very simple, and mixins are very easy as well. Okay, now I want to actually update it. So what I'll do is I will say I'll go ahead and update this one, employee ID 001 Ratan Kumar, and designation I'll change it to Python developer, and put, right? So now you see designation is changed, and you also got the response, and go to employees and you see designation is changed. Okay, so that's how you use mixins dot update model mixin. And last one is to destroy or deleting the object, right? So for deleting the object, what we need is mixins dot destroy model mixin, right? So you inherit this, and then you create a new function and say delete. Okay, delete is a HTTP method, and let's pass self, request comma which object to delete, right? For that we need primary key, right? Pass the primary key, and after that simply say return self dot destroy is a function, self dot destroy, pass in request comma primary key. Simple, right? Now let's save the file and let's actually refresh. Okay, let's refresh. You know what, we cannot see the delete button here because we are inside the list employees, right? Let's go to 4, right? So when you go to 4th employee, you see this delete button, right? So from here you can update the data and also you can delete the data. Okay, click on delete and you see HTTP 204 no content, and the data has been deleted. If you go back to employees and you see only 2 data. All right, So that's how you make use of mixins in your API endpoints. Hey, hi, I hope you are enjoying this course, and I want to take a moment and introduce to you to my full stack Django with machine learning course that I built using Django REST Framework, React.js, and machine learning, especially neural networks LSTM architecture. In this project based course, we will build a full stack stock prediction portal where it takes the stock symbol and predicts the stock price movements. Let me quickly explain you the flow of this course and what are the things that you're going to build and learn in this course. So first, let me take you to the landing page of this course, and you can click on the link in the description to come to this page. Okay. So first and foremost, this is not just another course. It's a program to transform from a web developer to machine learning engineer. So first thing in this page is the intro video. Okay, so you can watch this intro video. It is just a 2 to 3 minutes video, and it will have all the necessary details about this course. So also you can read through all of these features that you are going to build. Also, this course is about 15 to 16 hours duration, and it's an end-to-end project, and you will get the unique pre-experience letter. Okay, so this is not just a course completion certificate, it's a pre-experience letter that will prove that you can actually build things. So more about this pre-experience letter, you can read through the details in this page. All right, so this is how the pre-experience letter looks like, and I have put some pictures of the model training. Okay, so this is how the model training looks like, and these are some of the photos of 100 days moving average of a stock, 200 days moving average, and the final predictions with the model evaluation. Okay, so what is model evaluation? Model evaluation is nothing but how well your machine learning model is performing. So if you want to take a look inside of the course, I have put some preview videos here. Okay, so you can watch these videos and decide whether to purchase this or whether to enroll this course or not. All right. So and scroll down, and this is the main thing. It's a course curriculum. Okay, what you're going to build, what you're going to learn in this course. Okay, I've divided this course into 4 difficulty levels. One will be easy, another will be moderate difficulty level, and another will be challenging, and the last one will be hard. Okay, so this will be hard for the beginners. So first, in the easy, you will learn the REST framework. This is where you learn about API development using Django REST framework. You'll learn class-based views, mixins, generics, viewsets, nested serializers, and the paginations and filtering. So many things, that's required for building the RESTful APIs. Okay, so once the RESTful API development is done, we will then move on to the moderate level. In this level, you will actually learn the React.js fundamentals, and it will have almost all the necessary topics that you need to know in React. Okay, so once you are done with the understanding the Django REST framework and React.js, and then we will move on to the challenging part, which is to build portal. Right. So while building the portal, you will actually put some more effort to work with a real life project. This one will have the advanced authentication system that you will be integrating with the Django REST framework and React.js. Okay, this one will actually teach you a lot of things about access tokens, refresh tokens, and so many things are there. You see the protected views and Axios instance, Axios interceptors, and these are the very advanced thing that you have to know in terms of developing full stack software applications. So after that, we will move on to the hard level, which is about the machine learning. Okay, so if you don't know anything about machine learning, don't worry at all, because in this course I'm going to teach you everything about how machine learning works, what is neural networks, why we should use neural networks, and of course one more thing I want to mention here, that this course is not a machine learning boot camp. Okay, so this is actually the project based course. We're actually taking one use case, that is to predict the stock price movements. So that's why our goal in this course will be to predict the stock price. Okay, based on that, we will do all the researches, we will do all the pre-processing, we will understand which machine learning type to apply on it, and we'll also explore deep learning and why neural network is needed, and when to use neural networks, and on what type of problems we will need the typical machine learning, and and on what scenarios we will need neural networks and deep learnings, and so many things we will understand. And finally, we will come to the conclusion that for our use case, which is our stock prediction portal, we will decide which neural network architecture that we need in order to predict the stock prices, which is time series data. So also you can actually have a look at all of these sections. Okay, so I have properly included everything lesson by lesson. Okay, so along the way you will also learn the data, data collection, data exploration and visualization, and feature engineering. You will learn model building and model training, and then prediction and evaluation as well. Evaluation is nothing but how well or how bad our model is doing. Okay, so and you can also view some reviews. Okay, so also there are so many reviews. There are thousands of reviews on my courses. You can always have a look at those reviews. Maybe that will help you to enroll in this course. Okay, so there are some FAQs here. Okay, you can always read the FAQs. So because the main thing that you may need is this course 30 days money back guarantee or not. Of course, we do offer 30 days money back guarantee, and for any reason, if you don't like this course and you feel like this course is not for you, you can always come back and ask for refund. Okay, you will get the 100% refund. So everything is here. How do you request for the refund? And to enroll this course, I'm providing you 20% additional discount, which is just add cart 20 in the checkout and apply. You'll get 20% additional discount. Okay, so that's about the overview of this course, and more details you will get in this intro video. So thank you so much for your time, and you can now continue with the course. In the previous video, we learned about Mixins, which reduced the number of lines of code significantly, making it easier for us to perform CRUD operations. The request handling and the response generation was being taken care by generics.GenericAPIView, and the core functionality of performing CRUD operations was being taken care by Mixins built-in methods such as list, create, retrieve, update, and destroy methods. But you know what? We still had to write the function for each of the operations, right? Such as we had to write this get method and post method, and again get, put, and delete. So we had to write these 5 functions to make the CRUD operations. That's where generics comes in. What are generics? Generics are a pre-built view classes and mixins that encapsulate common API functionalities like creating, reading, updating, and deleting the data without we having to write all the code from scratch. So it also works the same way how we used to work with the mixins, right? But in generics, we don't have to specify any kind of functions. It just needs the query set and the serializer class. And if there is any primary key based operations, it also takes the attribute called lookup field. Okay, so these attributes will automatically take care of primary key based operations as well as non-primary key based operations. Just like Mixins providing built-in Mixin classes, generics also provide pre-built view classes that you can extend in your class-based view and perform any operations you want. It provides ListAPIView and CreateAPIView, RetrieveUpdateDestroyAPIView, UpdateAPIView, and DestroyAPIView. These are the single API views generics gives to us. And it also provides us with the combination of API views to perform one or more CRUD operations, such as ListCreateAPIView, RetrieveUpdateAPIView, and RetrieveUpdateDestroyAPIView. So this ListAPIView is for listing the objects, and CreateAPIView is for creating the objects, and RetrieveAPIView is for retrieving a single object using primary key. UpdateAPIView is for updating a single object using the primary key, and DestroyAPIView is for deleting an object using primary key. Now, if you want the combination of API views, then we have ListCreateAPIView is for listing and creating objects. ListCreateAPIView is nothing but the combination of ListAPIView and the CreateAPIView. Okay, these both comes together and becomes one and which is called ListCreateAPIView. And we also have RetrieveUpdateAPIView. So this is for retrieving and updating objects using primary key. Okay, so this RetrieveUpdateAPIView is nothing but the combination of RetrieveAPIView and UpdateAPIView. Similarly, we also have RetrieveUpdateDestroyAPIView, which will take care of retrieving, updating, and deleting the objects using primary key. So this one is the combination of three API views, which are Retrieve API View, Update API View, and Destroy API View. So instead of using three at a time, we can only use this API view, which is Retrieve, Update, Destroy API View in your class-based view. So it will automatically take care of retrieving, updating, and deleting objects using the primary key. Alright, in this video, let's implement generics with our employee data example. So first of all, I'll comment it. I'll say Mixins because we were using Mixins for these two classes, right? And I will comment the whole thing here. I'll comment both of these. You can either use this one or you can use triple quotation for bulk comment. Triple quotation start and you end it here. Okay, so all this code is commented now. Now what we need to do is we need to actually again create a class employees. Just make sure the class is correct, otherwise it will give you the error because we have specified views.employees here, right? So that's why the class name should also be employees. All right, so this employees class will actually take generics dot list API view. Okay, I'll first show you the list API view and I will also show you how we can use create API view as well. All right, so I'll pass it for now and I will simply create one more class which is employee detail. I just want to get rid of these errors. We'll say generics dot. For this we will first take retrieve API view. I'll pass it for now. Okay, so just put colon here. Okay, so let's take this example first. We will list down all the employees from the database. So for that we have used generics.list API view. So this list API view will actually give you all the data from the database. Okay, so this class will now accept two attributes, which is the query set. Okay, which is the query set, just like how you used the query set here, right? So this one will also be same. Okay, query set equal to employee.objects.all, and we actually want to fetch all the data, right? So that's why we are using all, but you can also use a filter, okay, in some other project if you're working. So this can be anything. This is just the ORM. Okay, so this is how you query the database using Django. Now we have the query set, right? After that, it also accepts the serializer class. Okay, serializer class, and the serializer that we have created is employee serializer. Okay, that's it. Okay, so now the moment you create this generic view, just say generics. Okay, I'll put the comment generics. Okay, so now our employees view is ready. If you refresh it now, you see all the list of data from the database, and it also gives you the HTTP 200 status code as well, because we are inheriting the API view, right? So this list API view will actually accept the incoming request, and it will also sends out the structured response as well with the status code. That's what we are seeing here. Okay, now you see here we don't have any kind of form here, right? We don't have any HTML form or a raw form. So that's because we are only extending the list API view. So list API view will only allow you to list down the objects. It will not allow you to create the objects. If you want to create the objects, then what you need to do is you should actually say comma generics dot create API view. Okay, generics dot create API view. Remember, we also have the combination of list API view and create API view, right? But I'll show you how to use that. Right now, this employee class is inheriting list API view and create API view. That means now our endpoint will allow us to create the data. If you refresh now, you see we have the form, right? Now, if I say emp id emp003 and I'll say Joe, I'll say AI engineer, you click on put and you see we have the response http 201 created. And let's go back to the list of employees and you see we have 3 data, right? So it is very simple, right? We extended generics.list API view and create API view, and our API endpoint is ready. All right. So instead of using generics.list API view and create API view separately, we can simply use generics.list create API view. Okay, so this one class will take care of both the things, listing the objects and creating the objects. Just save it and refresh it. You see, we still have this HTML form. Okay, now if you want emp004 and mic, and let's say software engineer post, and we have one more data, right? 201 created. Go back to employees and you see this endpoint is ready. All right. So similarly, we also need to create this employee detail view, right? So we'll take care of this in the next one. In this video, let's implement the primary key based operations in our employee detail class. All right. So far we have this listing down the employees and creating the employees. But here we will actually use generics.RetrieveAPIView. This will actually allow us to retrieve a single object from the database. And it is very simple. It will also take the query set, just like how we used to give the query set, right? So here also it will take the query set employee.objects.all, and it will also take serializer class, which is employee serializer. All right. And now, because this is a primary key based operation, we want to specify the attribute lookup field. Okay? Lookup field is equal to, based on what we want to search for the data, right? Based on what we want to take out the data from the database, right? Based on primary key, we want to fetch the data, right? So that's why we should specify lookup field equal to pk. All right. Based on the primary key, it will give you the object. Now only this much is enough to get you the data from the database based on the primary key. Okay. So now let's go back and test our endpoint. So here I will pass 5. I'll pass ID 5, and you see we got the employee detail of the ID 5. Okay. So but here you see we don't have any update functionality and we don't have the delete functionality, right? So that is because we have only passed retrieve API view here. If you want to update, you see generics dot update API view, and the moment you pass this here, you will get the form here with the pre-populated data, so you can edit it here. Okay, Joe, okay, simply say A, and you see update is done, right? And if I say 1, and you see we have the data of the primary key 1, and you can update it from here. And the next one we need to test is the delete one. So for deleting the data, you should simply say generics dot destroy API view, right? Destroy API view, and it will allow you to delete this object. Okay, you see the delete button. Okay, so I will actually go ahead and go to 5 and I'll delete it. And you see once it is deleted, we have 204 no content. And again, We are using 3 API views, right? But as you know, we have the combination of API views, right? So instead of using 3 API views separately, we can simply use generics dot retrieve update destroy view. Okay, so this will take care of all the functionality at once, right? If you pass this and you refresh and you have everything, right? Let me go back and let me test 4. I think we don't have 4, we have 6. Okay, you see, we still have delete, we still have the update form, and we have this data as well. So that's how you use the generics to perform simple CRUD operations. Now you can see we have further reduced the lines of code by using generics. All right. Using mixins and generics, we were able to reduce the number of lines of code significantly. But you see, we still had to write 2 classes for handling the standard CRUD operations, like employees and employee detail classes. In Django REST Framework, we have another super powerful module called Viewsets. As the name says, it's a set of views. It combines the functionalities of both views and the serializers, making it even easier to perform standard CRUD operations. We have 2 implementations for viewsets. One is you can either extend viewsets.viewset or we can extend viewsets.ModelViewset. If you extend viewsets.viewset, you'll have to provide these inbuilt functions such as list, create, retrieve, update, and delete. Okay, so you'll be having one view class that will handle all of these operations such as listing all the data, creating a new data, retrieving a single object or the single data, and updating an existing data and deleting the data. Okay, now if you extend viewsets.ModelViewsets, it just takes only query set and serializer class and automatically provides you with primary key based and non-primary key based functionalities. The way this viewset work is with something called routers. Django REST Framework provides a router class that automatically determines the URL patterns for us. All we need to do is register our view to the router. That's it. So this simply means that you don't have to create the URL patterns explicitly. Okay. So in the next couple of videos, we will work practically on viewsets, ModelViewsets, and router classes. All right. In this video, let's implement the viewsets. So first of all, let's take care of the URL endpoints. So at this point, we already have this employees URL. But you know what, while working with the viewsets, we cannot just specify the URLs like this. Okay, this we cannot use. So we have to use something called routers. Okay, let's actually comment it out, and we will import from REST framework dot routers import default router. So this default router will take care of our employees URLs. All right. So once we have imported it, what we need to do is we need to actually create a router object. All right. So this is how you create a router object. So router is equal to, just call this class. Okay. Default router object. And after this, we'll have to register our view. All right. So this is how we register the view, router dot register. So this register function will actually take the URI, which will be the employee, all right, or employees, you can call it employees. Okay, so here one thing to remember, you don't need to provide this forward slash. All right, so just put employees, and after that this function will also take the views dot the function that we are going to create using the view set. Okay, so we will create a, we of course we are not using function based views, we are going to use the class based views, right? So we'll actually create that class with the employee view set. Now you see we don't have to say as view and all, it will take care of it by default. And once this is done, just go to your URL patterns block. So here you just need to say path, open the empty string and just say comma and just include it to router dot URLs. All right. You need to import this include. It comes from Django.urls. All right. So just save this. And after that, we are getting the error here because we don't have a view or the class-based view employee view set, right? Let's copy this and we'll go to this views.py. And you know what? We can just comment it and I'm sorry, just put 3. All right. Now let's create another class, employee view set. Employee view set. We will actually first extend viewsets.viewset. Okay, viewsets dot first need to make sure whether we have this view set. No, right? So this comes from Django REST Framework, import mixins, generics, and view sets. All right. So when you have this view sets, now you can access viewsets.viewset. All right. So when you extend viewsets.viewset, you will have certain classes like list, create, retrieve, update, and delete. So first of all, let's create a function called list. So this will actually take self comma request. So this list class will automatically handle the request for listing the objects. All right. So this will take query set. Query set is equal to employee dot objects dot all and serializer is equal to employee serializer, and then pass the query set. Okay, and also you should say many equal to true because it is bringing multiple objects, right? So that's the reason you should pass many equal to true, and you then need to return the response. Return a response serializer dot data. So once you're done with this, just save this, and now we have got this assertion error, base name argument not specified, and could not automatically determine the name of the view set. Okay, so what it is saying is while we are using viewsets.viewset, in the URLs while registering, we have to pass something called base name. Okay, base name that is equal to, just say employee. Okay, so this one should be used only if you are using viewsets.viewset. If you're using ModelViewset, you don't have to do anything like this. So it will be very easy, and the URL names will be automatically generated based on the model names. Right now we have not, we are not using any model view set, right? So there is no connection between the views and the model. So that is the reason we need to explicitly provide the base name. And at this point, just stop the server and run it again. And you should be now able to access this employees. Let's go to here and refresh, and you can see this is working, right? This is working, and this is the API route, and you click on it and you see it is still working, but we don't have any other operations such as create, update, and all that, right? So in order to create it, what you have to do, you don't have to create any other classes. You can simply create another method called create. Okay, so that's why it is very simple. So this create will take self comma request. After that, we will simply say serializer is equal to employee serializer. So the serializer will now accept the data, right? So data is nothing but the incoming data which is inside the request dot data. And once we have the serializer with the data, we will actually say if, we'll need to check if this serializer is valid or not. Is valid. You have already done this, right? So it is more like a manual way of checking and storing the data. All right. So using viewset with the model viewset, it is very easy. So you don't have to write a lot of lines of code. So it will be very simplified. It will just take 2 lines of code and your whole CRUD operation will be done. Okay, so I'm showing this viewsets.viewset just to make you understand how does the viewsets work under the hood. All right, so we'll say serializer dot save, and we'll say simply return the response. You can say serializer dot data, and status is equal to status dot http 201 created. All right, here also you can pass http 200. Okay, all right, so that is up to you. Okay, so if the serializer is invalid, you will simply say return response serializer dot errors. Perfect. Okay, now let's refresh, and you see currently we have 3 data and we have the form now. I'll copy one of the raw data and paste it here. I'll remove ID and I will say imp005 and I'll say Joseph web dev. All right, post and go back to the employee list, and you see we have one more data. All right, so that's how you create and list down the data using viewsets.viewset. In the next one, we'll take care of retrieve, update, and delete functionalities of viewsets.viewset. All right, in this video, let's create another function to get the single object from the database. So for that, we have an inbuilt function called retrieve. So this retrieve will take self, request, it also takes primary key. By default, we can set it to none. And you know what? If you look at the previous structures of our URL, we used to make one URL pattern for one class, right? So for listing and for creating, we had one class, and for the primary key operations, we had another URL pattern, right? But while using viewsets, you don't have to provide 2 different URL patterns. The router will automatically handle the URL patterns for both the non-primary key and primary key operations. All right, so now in here only we will actually create a function retrieve, and to retrieve an employee we have the primary key, right? So employee is equal to, we will use get object or 404. It will come from, I'll comment out Django dot shortcuts import render comma get object or 404. So this get object or 404 will actually check if whether we have the data. It will actually bring the data, otherwise it will show 404. Get object or 404, and it will take employee primary key is equal to primary key. All right, so based on this primary key, it will give us the employee, and after that we will say serializer is equal to employee serializer, and pass in this employee. Okay, so then return response serializer dot data, and status is equal to status dot http 200. Okay, save this and go back and refresh. So this one, this URL pattern will be for listing down and creating the object. And if you pass primary key here, let's say 7, and hit enter, and it is automatically giving you the single object, right? So this one was created by the router. We did not create this pattern explicitly, right? So this one is actually being taken care by the routers. All right, and similarly we can handle update and delete functionalities. You just need to create a new function under this same class and call it define update and define delete. Okay, so this will handle the updating the existing object and deleting the object automatically. All right, so you can give it a try yourself, and I will attach the solution or the code in the next lecture. All right, to update the data and delete the data, you can make use of this code. Okay, so this update function is taking the single employee, and it is also taking the incoming data with the instance employee, right? So after this, it is checking whether the serialized data is valid. If it is valid, serializer.save and giving the response. Otherwise, giving the serializers.errors. Similarly, define delete will actually take the primary key again, and using that primary key, we are actually getting the single employee. The moment we get the employee, we will simply run a delete function on it, which will delete the employee. After that, return the response with the HTTP 204 no content. All right. So if you were able to make it, that is very good. Otherwise, you can see this code. All right. So let's try and test it. I'll refresh. All right. So when I refresh it, I get this update, and I also get the delete. So to update, I will simply copy this and I will paste it, remove ID, and I'll change the designation web, maybe UI developer. Put, and you see the data has been updated. Similarly, you can delete it, right? Go to 7 and click delete and delete. Perfect. So that's how you handle the CRUD operations using viewsets.viewset. But the problem here, you see, we had to write only one class which will handle everything, but there's a lot of code here, right? So we can make use of viewsets.ModelViewset. Okay, so let's actually comment it out. All right, let's comment it out. Let's say, let's create a new class employee viewset. This time we will say viewsets.ModelViewset. So this will actually take query set and the serializer class, and you don't have to do anything. Okay, query set is equal to employee dot objects dot all, and after that you provide a serializer class which is employee serializer. That's it. Okay, so using this 3 lines of code, you are done with everything. You are done with the non-primary key based operations as well as primary key based operations as well. Now let's refresh it, and you see we have the API route and everything is working, right? So at this employees, we have this one. Now it is listing down all the objects, and we also have the HTML form or raw form. From here you can create the new employee, and you can also try primary key based operations too. And if you use 6, and in 6 also there is, if I use 50, it is automatically handling everything for us. Okay, so it is giving the validation error also. No employee matches the given query. And if I go 7 again, okay, we have deleted 7, right? So I'll go back to 6, and you see this is also handling the delete functionalities, right? Okay, so it is also handling the HTTP responses, right? So that's how you use model serializers for making the standard CRUD operations. Okay, all right, in this video, let's understand the nested serializers. Imagine you have a blog application with the models blog and comments. One blog can have multiple comments, right? For that, we usually create a foreign key relationship between comment and the blog model. Let's say if you want to fetch a blog with all its comments, that's where the nested serializers comes in. It will give you the data with the related objects. If you look at this blog example, I'm fetching the blogs with all its comments. Okay, so if you look at this structure, this is the blog ID. All right, and after that we have this comments, right? So comment is in a list, right? So it's kind of an array. So we have a comment array, and inside that array we have multiple comments. This blog 1 has got. Similarly, we have blog 2. Blog 2 has got 2 comments. Okay, so this id 3 and a comment for blog 2, and another one is bad comment, and here we have 3 comments for this blog, right? So if you want to see it very clearly, you can simply copy this and go to any online JSON viewer, to JSON viewer. Okay, so you can go to jsonviewer.stack.who. Otherwise you can also install Chrome extensions. Click on this text and paste the JSON here. Okay, Control V, and once you paste it, you can click on viewer. All right, so here you can see we have 2 data, right? On the index 0 we have one, index 1 another one, right? You can expand it, and id 1, it has got 2 comments, right? The block title is this blog body, and after that, I'm sorry, not 2 comments, it has 3 comments, right? And similarly we have another blog with the 2 comments, right? So if you want to see what is the comment, you can click on here, right? Like this. All right, so that's how the nested serializers work. In the next video, we will implement it practically and see how exactly this nested serializers work. Okay, to implement nested serializers, let's create a new app. Let's not use employee example. We will actually create a new app called blogs. Okay, so run python manage.py start app and call it blogs. Okay, so once you create blogs, let me close all the tabs, and okay, so my blogs app is created. I'll go to REST main and settings.py and register my blogs app. All right, so let's create a relationship between the blog and the comment models. So for that, we of course need to create the models. Go to models.py and create a class blog, which will say models, which will extend models.model, and let's go with very simple block title and body. Block title is equal to models dot cat field, max length is equal to, let's say, 100. All right, now let's say blog underscore body is equal to models dot, let's use a text field. All right, define str, pass in self, and make the string representation of this blog model self dot blog title. I'm sorry, blog title. All right, we are done with this blog class. We'll say comment class. So this will also inherit models dot model, and blog is equal to, we need to create a relationship between this blog and the comment model, right? So because one blog can have multiple comments, for that reasons we will say models dot foreign key. Okay, foreign key blog comma on delete is equal to models dot cascade. Okay, models dot cascade, because if the blog got deleted, then this comment should also get deleted, right? So for that reason we use on delete. This should happen, models dot cascade, comma, we need to also specify a related name. All right, a related name. So the related name will be comments. Okay, related name will be comments. All right, now we'll have the comment field, which will be models dot text field. And if you want to create str method, again str, pass in self and return self dot comment. All right. So once you are done with this, we will go to admin.py and let's say from dot models import blog comma comment, blog comma comment. And you know what, after this we'll have to register this, right? Admin.site.register blog. After this we'll register blog model as well. All right, so because we have created the models, we'll have to write make migrations and migrate. Make migrations, then we'll run migrate. All right, at this point we have created the tables in the database, and let's go to admin login, and where is, yeah, here it is, right? We have blogs and comments. All right, we are done with creating the models. Next step is to create the serializers. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the serializers. You know what, we have been creating serializers inside the API app, right? So in the same serializers.py, you can go ahead and create the serializers for blog and the comment. But you know what, you can also create the serializers.py inside the blogs app if you want it to be organized. I'll go ahead and create the serializers.py inside the blogs app. All right, so I'll say serializers.py. okay, so it's not necessary you have to create it inside the API or inside the app. Okay, so wherever it is comfortable to you, you can create it. Okay, so inside here, so I will first import the serializers from REST framework, import serializers. All right, so with this serializers, we'll also import the models, right? From dot models import blog comma comment. All right, so let's create a class comment serializer, and we will extend the features of serializers dot model serializer. Okay, and let's provide the meta class. Model is equal to comment, and next the fields, we will access all the fields underscore underscore all underscore underscore. Okay, so with this we are done with the comment serializer. We will also create a new class for this blog model, right? So we'll say blog serializer, serializers dot model serializer. All right, so here also we'll say class meta, and the models is set to blog, and then fields will be underscore underscore all underscore underscore. All right, so this is actually a standard serializer. Okay, so we have not yet implemented the nested serializer. All right, so before we look at the nested serializer, we also need to implement the view, right? So we will first take care of the views in the next video, and after that I'll show you how you can use the nested serializers. All right, in this video let's take care of the URL patterns and the views. All right, so let's go to our API URLs. Okay, so here we will put a comma here, and I'll say path for the blogs, right? For blogs, I will use blogs / and comma views dot blogs view dot as view. I'm going to create the class based view for it. Okay, so similarly, I will create another URL pattern for the comments. Okay, comments. So this is just a non-primary key URL patterns. All right. So the views will be comments view. Okay, so blogs / views dot blogs view, and after that comments / views dot comments view dot as view. Okay, so we have these two functions now. Let's actually go to views. Okay, so inside the API, we will go to views and we'll say class blocks view. Let's make use of generics. Okay, so you can use Mixins, you can use Viewsets, or you can use the API view as well. Okay, but for this example, we will use generics. So since we want this blocks view to be able to handle the listing of the data and creating the data. Okay, so that's why we will use list create API view. Okay, so it comes from generics dot list create API view. All right, so this will now actually take care of the listing of the objects and the creating a new object. All right, so this will take query set. Query set is equal to blog. Okay, looks like we did not import blog. We'll actually say from blocks dot models import blog. After that, comment. Perfect. So go back to this view here, blog dot objects dot all, and after that we'll simply say serializer class is equal to blog serializer. All right, so we did not bring in this blog serializer as well. Let's point to from blogs app dot serializers import blog serializer comma comment serializer. All right, let's scroll down and here we'll say blogs serializer. Okay, save it. And you know what, it is asking us to create comments view as well, right? Let's create another class generics dot list create API view again, and this is also a non-primary key based operation, which is listing down the objects and creating a new object. Query set is equal to comment dot objects dot all and provide the serializer class, which is equal to comment serializer. Okay, so at this point you can access this blocks and comments. All right, so this is our root endpoint, and we will go to blocks, and we don't have any blocks yet. We'll go to comments and we do not have any comments yet. Okay, no worries. We'll go ahead and create the blocks from here. You can also create the blocks from this backend, right? Admin panel also, but we'll create it from here. Okay, we'll say this is a block one, and this is block description. Let's post it, and we have one block. Okay, we have one block, and we will create another block. This is another block. Blog description 2. Post it. All right, go to blocks, and you see we have two blocks, right? We have two blocks, ID1 and ID2. Okay, so this is a standard API, right? So this is not a nested serializer or anything like that, but we will create the comments as well. We'll create a comment, and for the blog 1 we will write a comment. This is a nice comment. This is a nice comment, and we'll write this comment to this blog 1. Post it. Okay, and again we will write, this is another nice comment, to the blog 1, right? Post it. Okay, so we have two comments which is written for blog 1, right? Both of these comments belongs to the blog 1, right? Now if I go to blocks, we have two blocks, right? Now we know that the blog 1 has two comments, right? I want to get those two comments, in this endpoints only. Okay, I want to get those two comments as well. So similarly, if block 2 has any comments, I want to list down here, right? So for that, what we need to do is we need to actually go to our block serializer. So inside this block serializer, we will pass the comments, okay? Because you see, we are inside the blocks, right? So we know that this block 1 has 2 comments because we have created 2 comments for this block 1, right? So that is what I want to bring in here. So that's why what I'll do is, this is the blocks, right? So I'll go to blocks serializer here. Okay, so I'll say comments. Okay, so here one very important thing you should remember is that this comment should be the related name of this comment model. Okay, so whatever related name you write here, this should go here. Okay, so this should go here. So comment is equal to, what you need to do is you need to actually say comment serializer. Okay, comment is equal to comment serializer, and after that, because this, you know, comments can be multiple, right? So for that reason you should say true, and after that you should also say read only is equal to true. All right, so if you know, one single line of code will bring in all the comments that belongs to a specific blog post. Okay, so you don't need to do anything extra. So now if I refresh this blocks, right, you see an array of blogs, right? So this means the blog ID 1, which is this one, is the whole blog, and that blog 1 will have the comments. Okay, so this is that blog 1, right? So this comment is empty here because this one does not have any comments, right? This is the block 2, right? What I'll do is I'll go to comments. Okay, I'll go back to the comment and I will add a comment, a good comment to, this is another block, which is the second block, right? I'll add a comment to the second block and click on post, and you see we have 3 comments now. Okay, in total we have 3 comments. You see, notice this, we are inside the comments. All right, so this has listed down all the comments now. So out of these 3 comments, 2 of them belongs to the blog 1, right? 2 of these belongs to blog 1, and the third one belongs to the second block. Okay, now how it looks in the as a nested serializers, we'll go back to the blocks, and you see now this one is block 1 and this one is block 2. So inside the block 2 we have this new block of comment, right? So it comes as a array. Okay, so if you copy this whole thing, and go to JSON viewer, okay, JSON viewer dot stack dot who, you paste this here and click on viewer, right? So there are 2 objects now. So inside the first objects we have id1, which is, you know, we have the first block, you know, with the id is 1, and the first block has got 2 comments. And if you want to see the comments here, you can see this is the comment 1, this is the comment 2, right? Similarly for the blog 2, we have a specific set of comments, right? So this one has got only 1 comment, so that's why it is showing 1 comment. Okay, so that's how this nested serializers work. Okay, in this video let's quickly take care of the primary key based operations on these blog and comment models. You know what, it is very simple. We have already used generics.RetrieveUpdateDestroyAPIView, right? So that is what we are going to use for this blog detail view and comment detail view. First of all, let's configure the URL patterns for this. So we currently have 2 paths for getting all the blocks with the comments, and we have another path for the comments. Okay, these 2 are non-primary key based URL patterns. And now let's create another one and say blocks / and we will also need the primary key, right? We'll pass, okay, not like this, it should be int colon pk and close this angle bracket and / then comma views dot, we'll have to create a view, let's say blog detail view dot as view. because it is a class-based view, right? So that's why. All right. Next, we will also create another one. I'll copy this one and I'll paste it. So this time it will be comments colon primary key, and after that it will be comment detail view. Okay, let's save this and let's create these two classes. Okay, let's say class blog detail API view, and I will not return, I will pass it. Okay, if it was a function, I would have written the return statement here. Okay, just to get rid of the error here. Okay, because however we are going to take care of it in a moment, right? So for this one, I'll write class comment detail view, and for now I will pass it. Okay, has no attribute as view, no worries. Okay, so here what we'll do is we'll actually inherit generics dot retrieve update destroy view. This will take care of retrieving a single object, updating a single object, and destroying the object. Okay, similarly we will also pass this one to this comment detail view also. All right, now you see we don't have any errors. All right, so in the first class, which is blog detail view, we will first take care of the query set is equal to blog dot objects dot all, and after that we need to provide the serializer class is equal to blog serializer, and because this is a primary key based operation, we will have to provide the lookup field. Lookup field is equal to pk. So only this much code and it will take care of the retrieving, updating, and destroying the objects. Let's check. So we'll go back to my browser, and so this URL is giving me all the blocks with the comments, right? Now I want to see the ID 1, right, which is the block, right? Let's see if I put 1 here, enter, and you see I have got the first block with all its comment, because we have configured the nested serializer here, right? So when you access the blocks, it will also come with the comments associated with it. All right, similarly if I put 2 here, and there is 1 comment for 2, and if I put 3, and you see there are no block at all. Okay, what if I put 4? I think I only have 2 blocks. Let me quickly check. Okay, I only have 2 blocks. Okay, so if you want to check, you can add more blocks and see, more blocks, more comments, and you see. Okay, anyway, so this is about the primary key based operation on the blog model, and next we will simply take care of the comment detail view as well. So it is also very simple. Simply pass the query set and change the model here. It will be comment.objects.all. So this is actually not a nested serializer, it is just a list of comments, right? So it will be comment serializer. Okay, so I'll delete this. Okay, so I got this comment serializer, and after that we need to also provide lookup field, which is based on primary key. We need to fetch the data. Okay, so if you are working on any big blog application or the e-commerce application where you want to look up the object with the slug instead of primary key, then you will have to pass slug here. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is how we perform primary key based operations, and let's check. Put comments here. Okay, so we got all the comments, and we have, we will put 3 here. Let's see. Okay, so we got this one, and you see we have edit, form, and delete as well. Okay, so you can edit it or delete it. You can try yourself. It is very simple, right? Okay, in the next video, we will work on the pagination. Imagine you have hundreds of blog posts in the database. Sending them all in a response is a direct reason for slow load times and wasted resources. and the developer who is consuming your API will find a hard time managing your responses as well. That's why we paginate or break the data into smaller and manageable chunks. I'm sure you have seen in many websites when you have to scroll through a long list of data or products, you have seen there's a pagination, like you can navigate to certain page numbers or next page and previous pages. The same thing we can achieve in Django REST Framework as well. DRF comes with the inbuilt pagination classes such as page number pagination and limit offset pagination. There's one more pagination called cursor pagination, but you know what, page number pagination and limit offset pagination, these two are the mostly used pagination classes. The page number pagination takes a page size and returns the response accordingly. For example, if the URL pattern is like this, blocks/page is equal to 10, that means it will give you the 10 records in a single page. Similarly, we have another pagination class called limit offset pagination. So this will take limit and offset as a parameter. The limit parameter controls how many items you want to see in a single page. It is just like a page number that you see in page number pagination, right? So you provide page size and it will work like a limit. Now the offset parameter tells your API where to start fetching the items from. For example, imagine your API serves a list of blog posts and you have 100 blocks in total. And if your offset is set to 0, you get the first 10 blocks, which is the record number 1 to 10. Okay, your URL pattern will be blocks/limit is equal to 10 and offset is equal to 0. Okay, so when you set offset is equal to 0, then your API will fetch the data from 0 plus 1, which is from 1 to the limit, which is 10, right? And if your offset is set to 10, you get the next 10 blocks, which is, you see offset is 10, that means offset plus 1, which is 10 plus 1, 11, 11 to 20, right? Why 20? It is because you have a limit of 10, right? Similarly, if your offset is equal to 90, then your API will fetch the data from 91 to 100, okay, which is essentially a last 10 records, right? So let me show you how this works. So I have a list of blocks here. If I show you this blocks, you see I have 5 blog posts in my database, right? So what I've done here is I have created a global pagination class here, which is a limit offset pagination. So it is going to take limit and the offset. Okay, the page size I have set it to 0. So that means in a single page I will get 2 records out of 5. Okay, so let's see this in action. You see I have the blocks, right? So in a single page, you know, one block, this is the, you know, this is the nested serializer, which is actually a one single block, right? One block and second block. Okay, total 2. So here I'm accessing this API /blocks, right? So here I have got 2 records, right? First block and the second block. Now I have second page, third page as well. All right, so what I'll do is I'll go to my second page and you see I also have the next page and the previous page as well. Okay, so if I click on this, and this will go to next page and this will go to the previous page, and in a single page I've got 2 records, right? So here you can notice there is one parameter called offset equal to 4, which means if I click on this next page, so this API is going to fetch the data from 5 to 6. Okay, if there is 6, then it will fetch 6, otherwise it will fetch 5. I'll click on it and you see, since I only have 5 records, it has fetched the 5th record. Okay, so don't get confused, this is just a demo. I will show you exactly how this can be implemented in our views. All right, so you can use pagination in 2 ways. One is by implementing global pagination and another one is by implementing the custom pagination. All right, we will see practically how we can implement both of them. You can use pagination in 2 ways. One, by implementing global pagination, which will automatically work for all of your views if you are using generics or view sets. 2, by implementing custom pagination classes. In this video, let's configure the global pagination. All right. In my database, I have 5 blog posts. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to implement the global pagination for my project. So this is very, very simple. Okay. So you just have to set the default pagination class and the page number. Okay. So then your pagination will be automatically implemented by REST framework. Okay. So let's see how we can do that. So in your settings.py, just say REST underscore framework. REST underscore framework is equal to open a dictionary, and here you'll have to say default underscore pagination underscore class. Okay, default pagination class, which will be your REST framework dot pagination dot, you can use limit offset pagination or page number pagination. Okay, so I will first see page number pagination. Okay, so make sure this P for page and N for number is caps, and for this pagination P is also capital. All right, so this is how you write page number pagination. Put a comma here, and then you say page size, page underscore size. So here you have to put any number. You can say 10 or 100 if you have more data. So right now I only have 5 data in my database, right? So in your case also, just go ahead and add some random blog post in your database so that it will be easy for you to understand how exactly this pagination works. All right, so let's save it. I'm using page size 2 here. Okay, so that means I'm expecting only 2 data in single page. Okay, so only this configuration enough to get your pagination working in your API endpoints. Okay, so only if you are using generic views or the view sets. Okay, here you see for the employees we are using view sets, right? And for Mixins and API view, then you'll have to create the custom pagination. All right, so for now, let's try and see our blocks view. Let's go back and go to my all blocks, refresh, and you see I've got the count 5, which is the total count, and I also have the next page, right? So this is a link. If I click on this will take me to next page, which will again show me 2 more data. Okay, so in this page I got 2 blog posts, right? So this one ID1 and ID2, right? So this is the comments of this blog post, all right, because this is actually a nested serializer, and the previous link is null because this is the first page, right? So in your first page there is no previous, so you will only have next link. Okay, so you click on this next page and it is taking you to page 2, right? So in this, if you notice, we also have next page and also we have previous, right? So the next page is page 3 and previous is, now you see when you are in the page 3, the previous will be page 2, right? So this is actually given by Django REST Framework's global pagination, which is the page number pagination. Now if I go to employees, okay, I think I only have 2 employees. Let me add one more employee, emp 005 and Anna David, video editor. Okay, let's see, save and refresh. Okay, so now I see next link is available. Okay, so I did not do anything on the view level, just configured the global pagination in the settings.py, and all of these views are working with pagination. Okay, and let's again see what happens if I set, instead of page number pagination, what happens if I set limit offset pagination. Okay, limit offset pagination. And now I will go back to blocks because I have 5 data here, right? So in here you see in the next page you can see there is limit and offset parameters. Okay, limit is equal to 2 because the page size is 2, right? If I put 1 here, and limit and page offset will become 1 here, right? So this can be modified programmatically, but since this is a global pagination, this is working with only the default settings. Now the next page is this one, limit equal to 1, offset is equal to 1. I'll go back and I'll set to refresh, and I will click on second page. Okay, so limit is equal to 2 means in the second page I will want to see only 2 data, and the offset is equal to 2 means if I have 100 records or if I have 5 records, I have set offset equal to 2. Then in the next page it will fetch the items 3 and 4, because whenever the offset is equal to 2, then you simply add 1, right? Offset plus 1, which is 2 plus 1, 3, right? So that's why you will see 3 and 4th data. Okay, 3 and 4th data, you see. So that's how offset and limit works. Limit is nothing but the page size that you saw in the page number pagination, right? So that's the difference. And if you go to the next page and you see there is only 1 data, you can go back to previous, right? So this is how we implement the global pagination. In the next video, let's implement the custom pagination classes. Okay, so that means in global pagination, you created or you configured REST framework default pagination class, right? So which means every class is using this limit offset pagination or page number pagination, whatever you set here, right? Now, what if you want limit offset pagination as a default pagination class, and you want the page number pagination for employees only, right? So that's where the custom pagination classes comes in. Okay, all right, we are using limit offset pagination as a default pagination class. In this video, let's implement the custom pagination, and we will use it for a certain view. For example, we can use that custom pagination for this employee view. Okay, so now what you need to do is you need to actually create a file paginations.py. so you can create that file in your project directory, or you can create it in a API app as well. Okay, so I'll go ahead and create that file in API app. I'll say paginations.py. So here we'll have to import the page number pagination and the response. Okay, so let's say from REST framework dot pagination import page number pagination. Okay, page number pagination. You see REST framework dot pagination, right? So this is what we have used here. REST framework dot pagination, limit offset pagination, or page number pagination. Okay, so after that we'll have to import from REST framework dot response import response. Okay, so now we will create a new class and say custom pagination, and let's to this custom pagination class we need to extend the features of page number pagination. Okay, so by using page number pagination class, we can adjust the attributes of it. Okay, so let's say, for example, let's say page size query param is equal to page size. Okay, page size. You can see here, if you go to API guide, right? So there must be, okay, using your custom pagination class, there are some attributes. Okay, so here you see page number pagination API reference, right? Go to API guide and go to pagination and you see API reference, right? Click on this page number pagination, and here you can see the configuration, right? The page number pagination class includes a number of attributes that may be overridden to modify the page pagination style. Okay, so these are all the attributes you can modify in your custom pagination. All right, so I'm going to override some of these attributes in my custom pagination. Okay, so for example, I will set this page size query param and page query param as well, right? You can read it. Okay, so but I will implement it and show it in practical. All right, so let me go back to my code and I will say page size query param is equal to page size. Okay, so and after that also have page query param, right? Page query param is equal to, you can say page num or employees or articles or anything you want. Okay, so this is actually the way of overriding it. Okay, by default this will be page. Okay, it is just like page 10 you see in the API endpoint, right? So that's what we are overriding it. Page hyphen num and max page, if you want to set max page size, that is equal to 1 or 2 you can set. I will set 1 and see what happens. Okay, after that you need to override a function get paginated response. Okay, get paginated response, you see here. All right, so I will delete this. So this will actually return a response, return response. So open a dictionary and here you will have to say next self dot get next link. Okay, get next link, and after that you should send a response previous also, right? Previous colon self dot get previous link, and after that you can see you can use a count. Okay, so if you want to show the count in a response, you can say self dot page dot paginator dot count, and after that you can use page size colon self dot page size, and then the results will be your serialized data. All right, so this is how we create the custom pagination. Now how to use this custom pagination? Let's use that custom pagination in our employees view, right? So what is happening in employees right now? It is using limit offset pagination, right? Because that is what is set in the default pagination class in settings, right? We want to override this. We don't want the limit offset pagination. Instead, we want the custom pagination to be using in employees. So what we need to do is we need to actually import from dot paginations import custom pagination. Okay, so we have imported this custom pagination and we will copy that and we will actually set that in our employees view, right? Where is it? Okay, so here you see. So to this employee view set, we will use pagination class is equal to custom pagination. Simply save it, that's all. And now if you refresh, now you can see the next page as page num equal to 2, right? So that's what we have set in custom pagination. Okay, so what is this page underscore num? You can see this one, page query param, right? So by default, if you don't set this and refresh it, you can see by default page equal to 2, right? If you want to say employees, refresh, and you can see it is coming as employees. Okay, so that's how we override the page query param. And this one is page size. You see we are using page size self dot page size. Okay, and we are also using results. Okay, this is the serialized result, and in the response we are sending next and previous. Also we are sending count. You see we also have the count, right? Page size is 2 and then the results. Okay, so this is what the response looks like in our pagination, right? Same thing. So that's how you implement and use the custom paginations. In this section we will understand how filtering works in Django REST framework. Filtering, as the name says, it is used to filter down the data. For example, we have like 100 employees and we want to filter only the software engineers from those 100 employees. We can apply filter on them. Other real world examples can be filter by price, filter by category, filter by size, etc. that you must have seen in many websites like Amazon or any other shopping websites, right? So there is this library called Django Filters. It's packed with everything you need to build powerful and flexible filters for your Django REST Framework's API. Using this Django Filters library, you can easily filter on individual fields. You can also combine multiple filters, apply different lookup expression like I contains I exact. If you have already enrolled in my previous advanced Django courses, then you know what exactly I mean by I exact, I contains, LTE, GTE and all that. Okay, so these are all the different lookup expression, and you can even create custom filters with your own logic. Okay, so this Django filters library is so powerful. In this and the next lecture, we will see practically how we can implement basic to even advanced filters for our APIs. Okay, let's start off with installing the package Django Filters. For that, you'll have to go to Django Filters. Okay, so Django Filters, it is a very simple installation. You can just write pip install Django Filter. All right, just always go with the latest version. Okay, at the time of recording this video, it is Django Filter 24.2. So if you see a different version, just go ahead and install the latest one. All right, I'll copy it and I'll actually stop my server and I'll paste it here. Pip install Django filter. Okay, so once the installation is successful, then you need to register your Django filter in the settings as well. As you can see here, you should copy this Django filters and put it inside the settings.py. Okay, so just scroll up and here you have to put Django filters. Okay, so this much is the configuration, and I have some filter use cases that we can apply on our employee model. So I want to apply 3 filters on my employee model. Okay, so instead of showing you how filters works by running on random fields, so I think this would be the great way so that you can easily understand. So in the first use case, I want to filter down the employees by designation, which means I want to retrieve all the employees with the designation software engineer. All right. So I will talk more about use case 2 and 3 later, but we'll first try to figure out how we can implement this one. We want to retrieve all the employees with the designation software engineer. All right, let's go back to our code, and we have already made the configuration, right? So the way we use the filters in DRF, we have to set the filter backend for our project. Similar to pagination, filters can also be set as either the global filter or individual per view level filter. Okay, so we will set the global filter now, and you know what, how we can easily set the global filter just like how we did for the pagination class, right? So this is also very simple. What you need to do is just put a comma here, and then inside a single or double quotation, just say default underscore filter underscore backends. Okay, colon Django underscore filters dot rest framework dot Django filter backend. All right, you should write default filter backends Django filters dot rest framework dot Django filter backend. So this will take care of the filtering for us, and mentioning this default filter backends, which means all our views will have the support for filters now. So once this configuration is done, then we can go to our views.py. In here we have employee view set, right? So currently all of our views will support the filters because we have set the default filter backend in the settings, right? So now what we need to do is we need to actually say filter set fields. Okay, filter set fields, which is equal to, inside a single quotation, we of course want to retrieve the employees by their designation, right? We'll say designation. Okay, just say designation. filter set fields is equal to designation. And now if you refresh, okay, so we got the error. That could be something to do with this default filters. Okay, so I remember we have to put this inside a list. All right, now if you refresh again, I think this error will go. All right, that error has gone, and now you can see we have a filter option in this browsable API interface, right? So if you click on this filters, and you can see it is giving us the designation. Okay, so now we want to take out the software engineers, right? Software engineer. Okay, I'll submit it, and you can see when I submit it, you will see here that after employees we have a query parameters, right? Designation is equal to software plus engineer, right? Now I have two software engineers in my database, and this one is very straightforward. I just entered software engineer and it just gave us the result. But what if I put software engineer like this, lowercase, submit, and you see it is not giving us any result, right? So this means this only expects as it is, right? So in our database, if it is a capital letter, it will only expect that to be capital only. Okay, so if I put it like this, then it is giving us the result. And if I say video editor, submit, and you see I have two video editors. What if I say video editor? Okay, no result, right? So this is where the custom filters comes in. Okay, so this has the limitations, right? So this is not working if you put the lowercase data, right? So if you want us to be handling the lowercase also, we want to implement something called custom filters. Okay, we will see that custom filters in the next video, and we will also see these two use cases. Okay, all right, in the previous video we were able to filter the employees by their designation, right? But the problem was we couldn't fetch the data, or we couldn't filter the data if we put the lowercase letters like this, right? We got the null, we got 0, right? So that's why we want to now implement the custom filter so that we will have more control over how these filter backends work. All right, so let's go to our code, and here inside the employees we will create a new file, filters, just like how we create serializers, right? So this filters.py need not to be inside the application level. You can create this filters inside the API app also. Okay, so it's depending on what is convenient to you. All right, so I've created filters.py inside my employees app, and first of all I will import Django filters. Okay, so I also want to import the model, right, which is from dot models import employee. Okay, so creating a filter class is just similar to how we create serializers or how we create Django forms, right? It is very simple. Class employee filter. Okay, so this employee filter will actually take Django filters dot filter set. Okay, so this filter set will have all the functionalities of handling the filters. Now, so here the first thing that we want to do is we want to retrieve all the employees with the designation, even if we put the case insensitive letters. All right, so let's say designation is equal to Django filters dot, there is this filter called char filter. Okay, so Django filters dot char filter, this will accept field name. Okay, the field name is our model's field name, which is the designation. Okay, on the designation we want to apply, and next it will take the lookup expression. Okay, lookup expression is equal to iExact. Okay, so if you put iExact, this will also accept the case insensitive letters as well. All right, so once this is done, now what you need to do, just like how you do for the serializers and Django forms, class meta. Okay, so this will take model employee, and this will also take fields. Fields is equal to designation. All right, so this is how you create the custom filter. And once you create this custom filter, then what you have to do is you just go to your views.py. First of all, import this. Let's import it from employees.filters, right? Import employee filter. Okay, so import employee filter, and once that is done, we'll go back to our employee view set, right? So we were using a filter set fields, right? So this time we will not use the filter set fields. These fields will only work for individual fields, but we now have the class, right? We now have the class. You can say filter set class is equal to the custom filter that we have created, which is employee filter. Simple, right? So set it and go back and refresh, just refresh it, and you still see this filters. And if I right now I have like 1 2 3 4 pages, right? Each page I'm seeing two data. I'll do one thing, I'll put it to 4, because I think I have 8 data, right? Okay, so I'm seeing 4 data in a page. So I'll click on filter and look for software engineer. You see, I'm not using capital letter here, I'm using case insensitive letters, and submit, and you can see we are still getting the result. Okay, so that is because we have implemented the custom filter that is accepting the I exact as a lookup expression, which will accept the lowercase as well as uppercase letters, okay, and give you the result. Okay, similarly, if you try a video editor, and you see we got the result. And if you try the correct one, video with V caps and E caps, submit, and you still see the result. Okay, so that's how you implement the employees by designation filter. The use case 1 is done now. All right, in this video, let's take care of this use case 2, which is to retrieve all the employees whose name contains the word John or Ratan or anything else. Okay, so let's go back to our filters.py. You know what, we don't have to do anything to this employee filter, employee view set, because we have already set the filter set class is equal to employee filter, right? Whatever we want to do is inside this employee filter. Okay, so the designation is done now. So next thing what we need to do is employee name, right? So employee name is equal to Django filters dot again char filter. This time the field name is equal to employee name. So this employee name should be proper. Okay, so where is the model? Yeah, here it is, employee name. Okay, and this time the lookup expression will be I contains. Okay, and after that you simply pass this employee name and refresh. You go back to this employee viewset list, and you see all the data. And when you click on this filters, and you see employee name contains, right? So if I say Ratan, submit, and you see the employee name contain Ratan, right? So that's why it is giving me the result with the employee name Ratan Kumar. Okay, now what if I try to something else? David. Okay, so let's pass this one, David, and submit, and you see we have 2 data. Okay, so employee name Anna David is 1, and employee name David Miller is second one, right? So this is working. And you know what if I want to put both the filter, like the name should be David and he should be software engineer, right? So let's try this. software engineer. Submit, and you see we got the single data, which is the David Miller and software engineer. Okay, so that's how we implemented the use case second. And next, use case 3, filter employees by ID range. Okay, so which means the retrieve all employees with IDs between emp002 to m006. You know what, this emp002 and emp006 are the char field, right? But before I show how to put the range with the char field, I want to show you how to use the range filter, okay, with the ID of this, with the primary key of this employee model. Okay, after that I will show you how to handle this employee ID emp002. Okay, so otherwise it will be difficult for you to understand. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will again go to my filters.py. Okay, so here I'll say ID is equal to Django filters dot range filter. Okay, this is not a char filter now, it is a range filter. So this range filter will take the field name is equal to the ID. Okay, so this is the primary key, this is not the employee ID. All right, and next what you should do is you should simply include this ID in this fields. Okay, so now if you refresh and you see we have ID, right, from ID and to ID. So this one is a designation, employee name and ID from and to. Now let's say if I want to take the ID from 2 to 8, from 2 to 8, submit, and you see I think I don't have ID 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 because I have deleted it while I was testing. If this is confusing, I will do one thing. I will actually say, let's first check how many data we have. I think I have 10, 11, 12. Okay. This is again not the employee ID. It is a primary key. ID 10, ID 11, this one, right? I'm referring to this one. But the goal is to use this one, right? As you can see here. Retrieve all employees with IDs between M002 M006, which is the char field. All right, first let's figure out how we can do this one. Let's say I want to take ID 10 to 12. Okay, I will go back here and say ID 10 to 12. Submit, and you see the ID, this one is working now. But you know what? If I put this one emp ID like this, emp ID and emp ID like this, okay, so this won't work because range filter only works on the integer field or the primary key, right? This is not the integer field. This emp ID is not the integer field, it is a character field. Okay, so that will not work. Let's refresh and see if I put emp ID emp002 to emp006, submit, and you see enter a number, right? Because it's not a integer field, right? So that's why we want to do some more advanced stuff here. Let me revert it back. Let it be ID. Okay, wait. Okay, let it be ID, and let's once again go to employee list and let's try to get 2 to 8. Submit, and you see the data, right? But if you notice here in the query parameters, we have something like ID min and ID max, right? So this is currently accepting the integer values, but we want this to accept the character values as well, so that we can pass emp002 and emp006, right? So we want to now play with this ID min and ID max. Okay, so we will do that custom things in the next one. All right, in this video, let's implement the use case 3, which is to filter employees by ID range. Okay, so in our case, the ID range is nothing but the employee M002 to M006, which is in the model it is emp id. Okay, emp id, we want to work on this one. Okay, so as we know, this is not the integer field. We could not use the range filter on it. Okay, that only worked for the integer field, but we want to modify how this id min and id max work so that we will be able to push the character field into it. Okay, so that it will work. Now what we'll do is we'll actually go back to our filters.py. So this time we don't want this id, right? We will comment it down and we will remove this one. Okay, so our goal is to do this one, use case 3, which is to M002. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll take down that id min. Okay, so this is the minimum id and the maximum id. So id min is equal to Django filters dot char filter. Now this will accept method. Okay, we want to pass the method. So method is nothing but a typical function that we want to create in a moment. So method will be filter by id range. Okay, so we will create this filter by id range. All right, and id max is okay, id max is equal to Django filters dot char filter. Method is equal to, again we will use the same method. Okay, filter by id range. Okay, one more thing, this can be anything. Okay, if you want to write filter by emp id range or anything. Okay, so this is a custom function that we want to create. Okay, so now what will happen is whatever feature we override in this filter by id range will work in this id min and id max. Okay, previously it was only accepting the integer values. This will now accept a string also, and we will see how it works. So outside the class meta. Okay, so don't create any method inside the class meta. Okay, so this should be a member function of employee filter. Okay, so let's say define filter by id range. Okay, this will of course take self and it will take query set. Okay, so how do we get query set? So this query set comes from the filter set. Okay, so this will give us the query set, and it will take the field name and it will also take the value. Okay, now if the name is equal to id min, so what we want to do, we want to return the query set dot filter. Query set dot filter. So in the filter we want to say emp id underscore underscore greater than equal to. Okay, GTE, greater than or equal to, is equal to the value, whatever value we pass. Okay, so this means this id min will be the employee id which is greater than or equal to the value, and elif name is equal to id max, then we will return query set dot filter, filter employee id. Okay, employee id underscore underscore less than or equal to. Okay, L means less, T means then, and E means equal, less than equal to the value that we pass. And after that we return query set. Okay, so now if you, okay, so before that we want to actually pass this id min here, id min comma id max. Okay, id min and id max. Okay, so these 4 fields will be available inside this filters. Let's refresh and go to filters, and you see designation employee name contains and invalid name. Okay, so this is showing invalid name because id min and id max are not the fields of the employee model, right? So that's why it is showing you the invalid name. Okay, so that is because id min and id max are not the database fields of the model employee. So these are the non fields. But you know what, we don't want to show this invalid name. Instead, we want to set some label, right? So how to set the label? In here, just put a comma, say label is equal to from emp id, okay, from employee id to employee id, right? Again, label equal to emp id. Okay, we want to fetch from emp 002 to emp 006, like that. Okay, so this label can be anything. All right, let's refresh if that works. Okay, now you can see designation, employee name, employee id, from employee id to employee id. Now I want to take out emp 002 to emp 008. Okay, M002 to M008. Submit. Okay, I did a typo somewhere. Okay, so this should be filter. Refresh, and okay, destination is empty, employee name is empty, that's okay. ID min M002, M008, and how many data we got? M002, 005, 6, 7, and we got 8. Perfect, right? And if I put 6 and 002 M006, submit, and you see 002, 5, 6. 3 and 4 is not there because I deleted it. Okay, in your case it should be there, or if you haven't deleted it. All right, so that's how you make the custom calculations or custom methods for your filters. Okay, I think that's enough for basic learning purpose, but as you go with more advanced projects, you will learn more about filters. Okay, so this much is enough. In this one, we will implement the search functionalities for our API. DRF provides an inbuilt search filter class that handles the search mechanism for us, using which we can search for the data by looking at their database fields. In our case, we can search for the blog by their title or blog body. So the implementation is very easy. You can simply go to your View and first of all, import the search filter. Okay, so search filter actually comes from the filters module of REST framework. Okay, you can simply say REST framework dot filters import search filter. All right, so after that, you just scroll down to your blog view. Here you'll have to provide the filter backend. All right, so you'll say filter backends is equal to the search filter. Okay, so this filter backends is not new. In the previous video also we have seen this filter backend, right? So yeah, this is a filter class, but you know what, we have implemented this here, right? So this is yeah, here it is, default filter backends, right? So for the filtering the data, you can use Django filter backend, but for searching for the data, you can use search filter. All right, so you can also use Django filter backend in the same view as well. You can simply put comma and you can say Django filter backend like this. Okay, but we have already talked about Django filter backend, right? We will now work on the search mechanism. So once you put this filter backends, then what you need to do is to provide the search fields. Okay, so you simply say search fields. Search fields is equal to inside a list. You can provide any number of text or character field here. All right, so I will provide blog title, right? So this is blog title. Okay, wait one second. I'll go back to models and here it is blog title, and I will also provide blog body. But you know what? First we will test this one. Okay, blog title, and we will go here and refresh. Go to v1/blogs. The moment you refresh the page, you'll see the filter. Right here, you can search for any keyword. For example, in my blog post, I have like 4 to 5 blog posts. I will search for, okay, so I'll search for possible or the location. Search for anything you want, okay, location, and search, and you see I've got the blog post which has the location in its blog title. All right, let's try this location with the L caps. Let's see what happens. I'll go back to blogs, and here I'll say location. You see, you still see the blog post with the blog title with the L capital, which means Django filter backend is already handling the case sensitiveness for us. Now, next you see here the query parameter is appending as search is equal to location, right? You know what, we can actually change this, we can modify this. Okay, so in order to override this query parameter, you can go to your settings, and in the global scope of your REST framework dictionary, you can simply put a comma here, and after that you say search param. Okay, search underscore param in capital letters, colon, you can say Q. Okay, we usually search the fields by query or search query parameter. Okay, so you can simply say Q here. Now what will happen is whenever you search for the data, so for example, let's search for, okay, let's search for season, let's search for season, and search, and you see instead of it showing search, it is now showing Q, right? So this is how we override the query parameters. All right, now we can also search for the blog body. Okay, so now we were actually only looking at blog title, right? Now if you want to search for the blog body as well, you can simply include this one here, blog body, and now you can search for the blogs. Let's see. Okay, March, this is blog body, right? I'll search one keyword here which says March, search, and you see this March is not here in the blog title, but it is in the blog body, right? March is here, that's why it gave us the result. All right, one more thing we can try is we can actually search for the blog that starts with the India. All right, so for that what you can do is go back to blogs. So to return all the blog post that starts with India, we can actually use the caret symbol. Okay, you can use this caret symbol, which is your shift+6. All right, and now if you search for the data, you know what, I will remove this to avoid any confusions. Okay, I will remove for now. Now we will only look for the blog post that starts with India. Okay, I will refresh and I will search for India, search, and you see I got India here. Okay, now what happens if I search for something here, Indian? Okay, let's search for Indian. Let's see what happens. Indian, search, and you see null here, right? That is because Indian is there in the blog title, but it is not a word that is starting in this blog title, right? If you want to take out this blog, then you will have to provide this Google, right? Let's say Google and search, you see you got this one, right? So this is how you can search for the blocks that starts with some letter or some keyword. All right, I'll revert it back and I'll remove this caret symbol as well. All right, in this video, let's implement the ordering feature. See, ordering is also very easy. It also comes from REST framework.filters. Okay, you can simply import ordering filter. All right, so once you import ordering filter, you can simply go to whatever the view that you want to implement. Maybe we will use it in the blog views only. So here also you'll have to provide the filter backends. Okay, so currently we already have a search filter. We want to provide another filter, right, which is ordering filter. Simply put a comma and use ordering filter here. After that, you can simply say ordering fields, ordering underscore fields is equal to, again, a list order by ID, ascending or descending, right? So this way it works. Now, simply put this ordering fields and this will work, right? Go back to your blocks and go to filters, and you can see here ID ascending and ID descending. Okay, by default, this data will be in ascending order. If you want to order it by descending, you can click on descending and you can see 5, 4, 3, 2. And similarly, you will also get 1 here in the next page, right? And if you set it as ascending, and you will get, okay, this is 5th because this is in the offset 4, right? You'll have to come back to previous page. All right, in the ordering ascending, you will see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how you manage the ordering. And you can also use a block title, block underscore title here. Just put a comma and use another field. Okay, and go back to blocks, and here you will see ID ascending, ID descending, and block title ascending and descending. Okay, so you can see the orders are being changed. All right, and now the last thing I want to show you is you can change or you can override this query parameters as well. If you don't want this ordering, just like how we did for a search, right? We removed search and we put the queue. So similarly, you can do for this ordering filter as well. So that is, go back to your settings. Okay, here it is, settings. In the settings, you will have to provide ordering param, ordering underscore param. Okay, before it was search param, it is ordering param. You can simply say, usually we use ordering, otherwise you can simply use order by. Okay, order by or order or o, anything you like. Okay, oh, not full stop, it is comma. Okay, my server got stopped. Okay, now if I try to use ordering, order by, order by ID descending, and you can see order by ID descending. You see here hyphen ID, right? Descending means programmatically you can provide hyphen ID. This hyphen is for descending. Okay, if you don't provide hyphen, that will be ascending. Okay, so if you have purchased my previous courses, I have explained everything about Django, right? So in those courses, I have explained very well how this ascending and order by clauses and all works. So this is how you implement search filters and ordering filters. Okay, we are pretty much done with the basics of Django REST Framework for now. We have learned enough fundamentals of DRF to build the real world projects. Of course, there are some more really important topics in Django REST Framework that we still need to explore, such as authentication, permissions, tokens, etc. But you know what? It's more fun to learn those topics by actually doing them practically. So we will learn the advanced topics of DRF as we build the real projects. As I said in the beginning of this course, this is a part of my paid course, Stock Prediction Portal, where we build a full stack machine learning project. In that course, we will actually build the stock prediction portal using Django REST Framework and machine learning with the React frontend. You will learn a lot more things about DRF when we actually build stock prediction portal alongside learning machine learning and neural network. In the portal, we will have authentication, permission, user profiles, and finally we'll be building the complex machine learning model that predicts the stock prices. The REST framework will help us build APIs, and React.js frontend will consume those APIs. So if you're interested to work on the advanced project with the skills that you have just gained, I would highly recommend you to enroll to the full course. I'm sure you will like it, Just try it for 30 days. If you don't like it, you get 100% refund. So that's it for this course. Thank you so much for being with me. I look forward to seeing you in the next course.